The following program is for adult audiences only.
Life has been crazy, just wanna be okay. How can I pick up the pieces when everything breaks with every day? I'm getting older, I feel the weight upon my shoulders. I'm strong enough, I'll rise above. It's all gonna be okay. If I can be anything, I think I'm gonna be me.
Be right back screen. I wonder if you can shrink it down and just have it as your logo and have it moving. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? You know, like when you put your logo up on your stream or whatever, and just have it moving. Cool. That'd be a good idea.
I think I'm gonna be me. I think I'm gonna be me. Everything's changing, just trying to navigate. Oh, I keep on believing I'm gonna find my way with every day. I'm getting older, I feel the weight upon my shoulders. I'm strong enough, I'll rise above. It's all gonna be okay. If I can be anything, I think I'm gonna be me. I know I gotta be me. Nowhere else I wanna go, no one else I'd rather be. I think I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be me. I think I'm gonna be me, me, me. I know I gotta be me, me, me. There's nowhere else I wanna go, no one else I'd rather
2 hours, mate. I'm telling you, you kept it going. You know what I mean?
I think I'm
It's
gonna
hard.
be-
It's a
I
hard
think
thing to do when
I'm
you're sitting there on your own.
I know I gotta be me, me, me. There's nowhere else I wanna go, no one else I'd rather be. I think I'm gonna be me. I think I'm gonna be me.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling now? When all the pieces seem like they can't be found. I'll be the friend that is standing there. I'll be the hand holding all your cares. I see you now, I'm not going anywhere. We'll find our way back home. We'll find our way back home. No, we'll never have to walk alone. We'll find our way back home. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. We'll find our way back home. Not gonna step back. Not gonna step
Live, it's better than the other one.
back
It's mint.
now. We're flying higher. We're gonna reach the
No, I've found a better app. You know, like when I want to stream someone's on here, but through me phone. Found a
standing there. I'll be the hand holding all your cares. I see you now, I'm not going anywhere. We'll find our way back home. We'll find our way back home. No, we'll never have to walk alone. We'll find our way back home.
Prism Lens is like an add-on for Prism. Prism is a streaming thing. It's with like Streamlabs. So you can stream with it. Prism Lens is just like an add-on to it. Come on, what a time.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello.
Hey.
Got a bit loud again.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happens. Let me check and make sure that I'm not sending the audio two ways out of the Revelator.
I'm going to turn you down.
Monitor off. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Hope you guys like the new microphone. It's a little tiny capsule. I know people say don't use a lav mic on a podcast, but I figured if I get the settings right, it's perfect because I can turn around and keep talking and my audio doesn't change. Whereas right now, you wouldn't hear me if I was using the old mic. So might not be quite as good, but whatever. It's constant improvement. Kenny and I were just talking about that. He's got a new little I'll be right back screen that he's got all set up. And I'm like, listen, all you got to do is make one change a week. Go on.
You just want to see it.
Go ahead.
Here we go. Whee. Oh, look at that.
What do you guys think? Kenny's volume is mighty low. Okay, we can fix that.
Well, there's no volume on the back screen because I haven't added any audio to that, so. Don't worry about that one. Hang on a minute. I'll just point this up a bit towards me. There you go. There you go. That's pointing a bit more. That's it. That's better.
There you go. How about now?
Doing? All right. Yeah. I hope I'm good. I hope I'm good, all. Please see you can hear us. Like the other week when I was introducing myself in my prime and I had no sound. He turned us off.
Well, that was part of the problem, was that I had turned you off, and when I tried to turn you off earlier when they were doing the slideshow thingy, I mean, I hit the accidental volume control, and you were down like 8 decibels. So I'm here trying to adjust you over here. Meanwhile, the problem's over here. That's the one problem when you get a really complex setup like this. Is, I mean, you got settings here, you got settings here, you got 3 applications all running audio, and it's all being merged into OBS, and then you got to track it down if there's a problem. Something's not right.
See, boys and girls, it's a proper production. This is not just a vlog, or it's a production.
Exactly. And, this is kind of a podcast because, I mean, we go 5 hours long. The first good portion of it is actually podcast capable. I mean, once we start doing random recipes and stuff like that, it's like we're too busy actually doing the mixing and actually looking at the products. So, I mean, you can't just listen to that in your car and actually get anything value out of it. That's how we cover the news first, and then we do, the dad jokes and all this other stuff. But
so I'm on charge. I've got some charge.
Okay, and ladies and gentlemen, you need to welcome Al Ben into the moderator group. That is our retro recipe, because I got a little box here. Oh. Al Ben reached out to me and said, "Listen, man, I got something for you." So we'll keep it a secret until we open the package, what it actually is. But that's going to be our retro vape for today. Oh. I do have some news, despite me putting the podcast out yesterday, which is basically the Global 20 News, Science and Advocacy, is now becoming the Facing Hypocrisy podcast. Because when you boil it all down, all this stuff that, we find, and, the tobacco control and all this stuff, it's all hypocrisy. They say they're doing this, but it actually results in this. They want to raise tobacco taxes, because, well, that's the most effective way to get people to quit smoking, except who suffers the worst when this? Well, the population that smokes the most, who's already broke, and the reason they're smoking is because they're broke and they don't feel good about their life, so let's make their life even harder, because that's going to work. They'll quit or die.
And also, as you mentioned, the taxpayers who don't smoke are paying the taxes for you.
Yes. That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, it is. That was fun. I could see you getting on your soapbox as I've been watching it, like.
And it's all your fault, mate. It's all your fault. You told me, "Hey, go check out this newsroom. What do you think about the newsroom?" And I'm like, "Man, this reminds me of the West Wing." Wouldn't it be the weirdest coincidence if the same person who did West Wing produced the newsroom?
I mean, that's what I mean. I don't think it was actual factual. I think it was just he was randomly coming out for part of that program.
Listen, Aaron Sorkin is pretty accurate when it comes to these facts. When the West Wing was going on, he took current events and facts from current events that most people didn't realize and didn't know about, and threw them into the show. Sometimes I was watching the episode of the show going, "Is this propaganda for the current president?"
I don't know when that was aired, so the facts might have been present on that time. They might have changed a lot since, it was. I think it's a bit of an old clip, actually. It's a couple of years old now, I think. So maybe it's the statistics.
Yeah, well, thanks to you, I binge watched it, and I watched all 3 seasons already. There's nothing left to watch. It's over. And they ruined season 3.
Well,
I'm not going to give it away. But let's just say that there's no way that the show can continue anymore. Even if they wanted to restart it.
You never know. They can always bring people back from the dead. That's TV for you.
I don't see it happening.
We've had
Could
a
they
team,
do it with,
like,
different
UK
casting
smokes.
characters? Sure.
But they do it over here all the time with the. I mean, we've got what we call soap operas here. You've got like your Emmerdale, your Coronation Street, your EastEnders. They kill these people off, and then about 10 years later, they come back and they're a totally different fucking person. You're like, hang on a minute, you got murdered. What are you doing?
Listen, one of the shows that, came on Amazon recently on their Freeview, which is ad-sponsored content, is Chips, right? And they sold the DVD for season 1 and season 2, but if you want to watch any of the other 4 seasons, well, you're going to have to watch it on actual TV or Amazon's Freeview TV. And wouldn't you be surprised how many of the characters they have on that show that played multiple roles?
Yeah.
The lady that plays Bonnie Clark was actually a criminal in the first season in one of the episodes. And then she ended up becoming a chip. What?
With your criminal record, how the hell are you a police officer?
That's my point.
Fucking crazy, isn't it, man? The wonderful world of TV, mate. Wonderful world of TV. They don't give a shit.
I don't know if you noticed that too on the channels over in the UK, but don't like cast and crews typically stick together as a little group. So if they're on this show and that show gets canceled, a couple years back, you come on, and half of them are going to be on the show. If you find somebody that you've been following, half of their buddies are going to be on that show too. It's like, what's going on?
It's a bit like the top actors that's in like the primetime soaps, like maybe when they're being written out of these, you'll see them come on like cheesy daytime programs as like, cameo roles and shit, you know what I mean? Because they've got nothing else better to do. It's crazy, man.
Oh, yes. That's the second thing I forgot to do. I almost forgot to update the Twitch stream details, and I did not put a post on Facebook this week for the show. They couldn't put hand checks up.
Well, get it in now. Might put them in now, man. We've got plenty of time. Get them up
We
now.
can do that.
Yeah, get them in. Plus, at the beginning of the show, I keep him nattering like an old housewife, you know what I mean? He's trying to get the show set up, and I'm just nattering away to him and just putting him off.
All right.
I think I'm going to have to take the director role. We're going to have to do pre-live checks. I'll have me list, and I'll read them out, and you can say check.
Mate, you have all controls for just about everything now.
I've got the ducks. Well, have I? Oh my God. Nowadays, I never come on this once a week now. Do you know that? Ducks.
They still haven't fixed this one. You can't share it on Facebook because you're not on Facebook if you're a business and you deal, especially if you deal with vapes. You're on Meta. So when you try and share it to Facebook on YouTube, it doesn't work. It says you opted out of the platform. No, I didn't opt out of it. I didn't have a freaking choice. You said if you want to stay, in business, you're now being transferred to Meta. Have a nice day. So now I have to create a fake post to Twitter and then take that and transfer that over to Facebook to create a post, because it's not actually Facebook, it's Meta Business Suite. And there you go, folks. Post is going live now.
It works.
Look at that.
I'm playing with your camera. There's the door. There he is.
I love
There
it.
he is. He's over there now. There he
Hey,
is.
go
He's
back
over
to
there,
that scene you had, the overhead scene. I've got a new product that was sent to me for review from the lovely folks at Oxva.
There you go.
Look at that.
There you go. Oh, look at that. Right. I'm the director.
new
That's enough of that.
Ox
right?
bar. 10,000 puffs. What do you think of that? 10,000 puffs.
Crazy.
Not for the UK.
Well, actually, there is some black market crystal bars being sold at 10,000 puffs in the UK.
Listen, I love this one. This is the one that I've been doing the review on this week, is the Peak Bar. And the best part about this one is it's got a display.
The thing is, the problem is, right, we're calling them illegal vapes, right? they're manufactured by reputable manufacturers. The only reason they are illegal here is because they have the puff amount. Because 10,000 puffs, there's going to be more than 2 ml of liquid in them. That's why they're illegal over here. That's the only reason. The product itself is probably made by a reputable manufacturer, but because it's the TP doing the 2 mil crap, that's why they're illegal.
This thing's been fantastic. I cried the blues about the banana flavor because it's just a singular banana flavor, but realistically, I haven't found a decent banana flavor. But I really love the fact it's got a display on it. It tells you how much of the battery percentage you have left. It tells you how much of the e-liquid percentage you have left, and it even has a second puff counter. That's awesome. Well, Oxford's got the same thing now. They've got a display set up on here, and this is going to be the world's first adjustable wattage disposable device.
That's awesome, that like. Sound guns.
Very impressive. I just realized that they were listening to the old microphone. You heard me on this one. It's getting so complicated trying to keep track of it all. It's just like, wait a minute. Time to go back in and automate some of this stuff. Just create an audio stack and then create a move filter that automatically switches things when you go to certain scenes.
Yes.
All right, folks. Well, we've been sitting here chatting away, 22 minutes already into the stream, and we haven't even done anything worth other than, chatting like old ladies. So how about we jump into the news and get caught up on what's going on? Just because I do have a weekly podcast with the news included doesn't mean we're not going to cover it here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, time for us to jump into the news to answer your question. What milligram are these Ox Bar Pros? 5% solution. But knowing Oxfa, I'm sure if they're going to sell this product in the UK, they're going to have a TPD compliant version with only 2%. But
I think they're holding up myself. I think they're holding up me because of this crap are going on with this this banning disposable building in rumour that's going round. I think that's what's the matter with it.
Yeah, and with the New Zealand also now we're going to be requiring the disposables to have removable batteries. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up standardizing the batteries for disposables.
Yeah.
So the United States laws prevent them from having sealed pod systems without PMTA approval. So maybe they're going to create the disposables with a removable battery. That way, when they're shipping these products, it doesn't have a battery, so it's not even a vape.
Yeah.
It can't be a vape until you put a battery in it.
It's a wait and see thing, isn't it?
Yeah. You know what? Whatever regulations they put into place, the industry will adapt. There's no question about it.
Oh, even if they ban it, you'll still get it. Same with cigarettes. When we eventually try and ban cigarettes, you'll still get them. somebody will still supply. Be illegal to get them, but you'll still get them.
Yep.
I think it's one of them things that's just never going to. There's just some things that just never go away. It's as simple as that.
No, the genie has been unlocked from the casket, and guess what? It's out in the world, and it is not going to go away. Whether you like it or not, I mean, that's what it boils down to. If there's customers that want to buy it, somebody's going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the thing like the Ben Watch is like it's like a cartoony version of like educational history stuff, you know. And it was about the prohibition of the alcohol when the likes of all the gangsters decided to move in and do the selling of that. And it was showing you like how it all started and all that stuff. And then obviously, you know, your Al Capones or whatever you call it, they came in, they started running the show, and like, you know, it was like, fucking hell, you know, it just doesn't work, you know what I mean? Because somebody makes money out of it when you prohibit something.
Oh, yeah.
Simple as that.
And the thing is, if they completely ban and completely prohibit it or make the restrictions so asinine, it's going to move to the black market. You're still going to have legitimate companies manufacturing it, and there's going to be some place in the world that's legal for sale, so China's still going to be able to make it, but it's going to end up going to that country where it's legal for sale, and then somebody over there is going to export it to somebody over here who wants to make some money and doesn't care about the law, and they're going to take the chance of marking it up for a profit, and they're going to sell it. And if you make the penalties really ridiculous, all you're doing is driving up the cost of it in the black market, but you're still going to have people selling it. You're still going to have people buying it. If people want something, you cannot just simply say, oh, well, you're not allowed to have it, it's gone. That's unrealistic.
No. I mean, a good alternative is your drugs problem. You know, you have all the drugs that's illegal, but you still get them, you know, you can still get them on speed dial. You know what I mean? So
not only can you get it on speed dial, but I watched a thing on Netflix a while back. I don't even remember what it was. It wasn't that good of a show, but they did talk about, you know, psychedelic drugs and how there's actually labs, homemade labs that people are doing, especially, you know, in Europe, where people are coming up with new drugs. You know, these drugs are illegal, right? So what they do is they chemically alter it, just like they did with cannabis. They alter it and they came out with Delta 8, and then there's Delta 9. Well, they're doing the same thing with other drugs. And people are working in their home labs, coming out with these new pills, and you can get online and you can order it, and they're going to send it right in the mail, right to you. And there's people that sit there and are testers for these people. They don't know what the effects are. They don't care what the effects are. If it kills them, it kills them, as long as they got a good time out of it.
Yeah.
But
plus, it's not just like the actual drug itself. It's when they cut it, the stuff they add to cut it to make it thin it out so they get more for their money. You know, it's the shit they add when they're cutting it up as well. You don't know what they're putting in. You know what I mean?
Well, these are supposed to be like really posh drugs, you know, that nobody else on the planet's ever had because they just chemically formulated it and they don't know what the actual effects are. You know, they've got guinea pig testers that the lab, you know, person, you know, hands it to make sure it doesn't kill somebody before they start selling it. But once they get it, they're like, okay, well, let's try this. Oh, well, this gives you a different kind of high than the pill that we got last week. As long as people want to do this and there's somebody that's going to make it, they're going to make some money and it's going to be there. Just because you make it illegal doesn't stop anything.
Nah, never will either. Never will.
And as for the single reason why, even though I put out a podcast with the news on it, we're covering the news today, this is why right here. 25,721,656 people have died from cigarette combustion. And we have a solution that we've all used to quit smoking, and it works. And whether you know, government wants to have it or not, whether public health officials want to have it or not, whether the World Health Organization wants to have it or not, this is not going away. We're going to tell everybody this is the only thing that actually worked to quit smoking. We tried all of their approved methods. None of it worked. This worked, and we're still not smoking because of it.
Exactly.
So we're going to call out the hypocrisy when we come across it. And something I started doing is looking into all these people that we despise in the industry, right? You know, Stanton Glantz, I looked into him in the very beginning, and that's why I have some of the sound clips that I do, because I've actually watched his lectures and his speeches that he's given to people to truly understand his perspective. And he's one of those old type of tobacco control people where he's been pounding the hammer on the nail for so long that now everything looks like a freaking nail to him. He refuses to
Pretty
accept
much.
tobacco harm reduction because he thinks it's a ploy by the tobacco industry, because that's all he ever saw when he was doing his research. And back before the days of vaping, I could understand where you were coming from, but this isn't something that started by Marlboro, Philip Morris, Altria, any of these big tobacco companies. This was actually started by a pharmacist who wanted to find a way to quit smoking for his dad. It was too late to save his dad, but it saved him. He no longer smokes. And like anything successful, that eventually ends up getting bought by a big corporation. And technically, the guy now works for a tobacco company. But one of the ones that we always take a look at, good old Meredith, the Pave Mom. And, you know, it's easy to make fun of somebody that is so miserable in life, but she doesn't seem to have very much luck with whatever she puts her hands on.
Everything just touches turns to shit.
Pretty much. The only difference is now she's got Bloomberg bucks and Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and all these things are working together, and she's got a funding source to keep her campaign going, even though nobody wants to listen to her crap.
Nobody the
But
case.
this isn't the first time that she's failed. She tried to bring pride to the American Zionist movement, and guess what? Kids didn't want to have nothing to do with her.
Nope. Failed miserably.
And this isn't, you know, I'm not bringing this information out there to try and make fun of the lady. It's just, I'm truly trying to understand why these people are so passionate about pushing ignorance on society. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So
It's crazy, man.
Ruh-roh.
I like that. Not a regret. Sue the snack company because she got fat. That's what we call it. That. I love that.
there you go.
That's
I
funny.
switched to the other scene. I'm like, wait a minute, something doesn't seem right here. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, those are the podcast scenes. I was covering you up. Anyway, let's keep the show moving, because here is the new boogeyman that we can all go after, right? It's Big Vape, sweet, flavorful vapes. They pose such a risk of addiction to our children. So guess what? It's time for Halloween candy to be handed out. So now we need to tell parents, make sure that you're not handed a vape.
Yeah.
Make sure your
Trick or
children
treat
aren't
and give the
given
kid a
vapes
vape.
by the boogeyman. Where'd you go there, Kenny? Holy moly, he disappeared. All right. What do they have to say about this? Is it going to play?
When I served, my work was critical.
Advertisement, baked in advertisement. All right, let me jump back. OBS needs to realize you're here. I know you're here. I see you. Still not there? Hold on. I'm gonna reload the page here, mate. Oh, never a dull moment. I had a feeling today's show was going to get bollocksed up. I really did. I don't know if they can hear you because, hold on. I really don't understand what's going on here. Copy to clipboard. Mate, I just don't get it. Sometimes things work fantastic, and sometimes things just don't work fantastic. It is. They got grainy on the picture, but that I'm sure has nothing to do with the vape. That's literally Video Ninja feed into OBS. OBS refuses to load you. The same link. They cannot hear you because OBS doesn't even know you're here. All right, folks, I'm going to play this, and I'll work on trying to get him done using studio mode. A message, once again, another advertisement. You're not getting away without having an advertisement. 3, 2, 1.
As we get ready for Halloween, the Northwoods Tobacco Free Coalition wants to remind parents that flavored vapes are no treats. Vaping poses an increased risk of addiction and long-term harm to brain development and respiratory health. According to the Tobacco is Changing campaign, 4 out of 5 young people who use tobacco first started with a flavored product.
Yeah.
Cost of downtime due to an IT disaster.
Where is that study at? I have yet to find a study that actually proves that children that use a vape move on to smoking cigarettes. Is there one on the planet? Sure, I'm sure there's a couple. But let's be realistic. Well, here's another story for you. Undercover vape bust. 6 store employees in Dunlap cited for selling vaping products to people under 21. That's Dunlap, Tennessee. Yeah. And I think it's ironic that the release does not name the 6 employees who were cited for selling vape products to underage people. But it did take time to list the businesses that did comply. So we got the Sasquatch Little Valley Wine and Spirits. We got Circle K, the Exxon station, the Shell gas station, and the Little Store complied. Wow. But these 6 people didn't. So now they got to pay, what, $125 fine or some ridiculous thing?
It'd be a small fine. Note.
It's crazy. There we go. Switching back to the old microphone. Restricting access to vapes might drive people to cigarettes. Oh, wow. I wonder if this is backed up by science. Huh? While U.S. policymakers have restricted flavored vapes to make electronic cigarettes less appealing to young people, that plan may be backfiring. The new study found, it's a study, The new found that for every 0.7 milliliters of e-liquid for electronic cigarettes that isn't sold because of a flavor restriction, an additional 15 traditional cigarettes were sold.
I don't believe that for a fucking minute.
Here's a study for you, Buckwheat. 50 pages long. 375 U.S. localities were studied in 7 states because they've adopted permanent restrictions on sales of flavored electronic nicotine delivery systems. These policy effects on combustible cigarette use resulted in an increase in cigarette sales where they ban flavored vaping. Congratulations. The consequences of prohibition is that people are going to keep dying from cigarette smoking.
That's fucking bullshit, man, isn't it?
Another
That's
consequence.
bullshit.
Talked about this in the podcast. Another consequence. When you ban it, guess what happens? You get somebody underage, just like we were. That's how a lot of people got started cigarette smoking. You stole it from your parents because you saw your parents smoking, right? So what happens when the nation says, we're going to crack down on teenagers being able to get access to this from their friends, so we're going to change the minimum age to buy this stuff from 18 to 21. That'll fix the problem.
Nope. I don't know what they're trying.
Not only did it not fix the problem, but it made a brand new problem. Because now these teenagers and these adults that can't buy these products legally because they're underage, well, guess how they're going to get them? Because they're going to get them. They're going to start breaking into places. Vape shops become hot target
When
for
I
thieves.
served, my work was critical.
Same advertisement.
Hannah, that's odd.
Don't get me wrong, it's a good cause. Veterans Crisis Center is an important message to get out there, but
right now. Luke Jones, members of the vape community say there's a big uptick in break-ins at vape shops right now. Luke Jones is here with some possible explanations. Luke.
And Kyle, one vape shop owner tells us the biggest reason we're seeing this is simply accessibility. It's easy to grab this merchandise and easy to sell it on the street.
There's all sorts of things to choose from at Vibe's Smoke and Vape in Clifton Heights, but just one thing caught this man's eye. These Delta 8 THC disposables. The clerk is showing him the product Saturday afternoon, when suddenly he makes a break for it with 2 disposables in hand. The video jumps, but watch slowly, and you'll see him push the display case into the clerk and then snatch the product right out of her hand. It's the latest in a string of vape shop thefts and break-ins. Last week, a 16-year-old shot dead while trying to break into this Delhi Township vape shop. A glass repairman tells us he's had to make repairs at around 50 Cincinnati vape shops just this year.
I think it's a reasonable.
I don't like that. I don't like the name of the shop. It's not smoking. Why are they called it VIP Smoke Shop?
Because they sell cigarettes. When we go to our camp up north in Clarion, it's an actual vape and smoke shop. The one side of the store is all tobacco products, legit loose leaf tobacco, pipe tobacco, cigarettes and stuff. The other side of the store is all vaping stuff. And then there's, walls of liquid behind them. You can get coils and parts for your tank and new tanks and rebuildable stuff.
We've got no like that in the UK. It's either a vape shop.
Well, that's because the state requires you, if you decide to sell a vape, you have to get a tobacco retail license. And those things aren't cheap. So if you have to get a license and the license covers you to sell all the stuff, well, guess what? You're no longer going to be a place for smokers to go to quit smoking. You're going to be the supplier for anything tobacco related. Once again, tobacco control is making the problem worse. Old school vape shops used to be just about quitting smoking. There was no cigarettes to be found in there. It was all vape stuff. And specialists, the trained people. Okay, well, if this doesn't work for you, I know exactly what you need, because what you're telling me is your cravings and your symptoms mean that you're not getting enough of a nicotine hit, so we need to move you up in strength But to prevent your throat from getting hit, we need to move you from a direct-to-lung to a mouth-to-lung device. Try this pod out and see if that gets rid of your cravings. And keep using the other one that you have, because science also shows us that, guess what? When you switch from combustible cigarettes to vaping products, well, your body craves less and less nicotine as time goes on. Because you don't have all those supporting chemicals like the MAOIs in a cigarette when you're vaping. All you're getting is the nicotine. And your body may choose to continue using a certain amount of that, but as time goes on, you don't need as much of it. Because every hour that you don't vape, like when you're sleeping, your body goes back to homeostasis, goes back to not needing the nicotine to keep your pleasure cells intact.
But sleeping's a pleasure anyway.
Yeah, especially at our age. Doesn't take much to take a nap.
Nope.
What do you think? In Cincinnati, 50. They talked to the people that actually replaced the glass when they smash these windows in at these vape shops for these burglaries. The guy that replaces the glass said that he's done 50 this year. 50 stores have been smashed into.
Crazy, man.
I said this a year ago during the news when it started happening in Kansas City. What do you think is going to start happening all over the place? It doesn't take very long for these kids to go, listen, I was stealing mom and dad stuff, secretly when I was, in high school, but now I graduated and I move off to college and now I'm underage to purchase them. I don't know anybody that does it. I want to get my nicotine stuff. So what are they going to do? They're going to smash in, or they're going to walk in like they did with this kid here. This kid was doing it with Delta 8, with CBD stuff. He walked into a vape shop. Let me take a look at that thing. I mean, that's nothing unusual. Watching the episode of Chips last week with my daughter, they had people on roller skates going around, and there was people, selling jewelry on the beach, on the sidewalk. I'm like, oh, let me take a look at that one. Hey, can I take a look at that one over there? Clerk goes over there to get it, and while she's over there going over there to get it, she swipes everything on the table and takes off.
There they go. Exactly. Smash and grab, innit?
That's exactly what it is, and that's what they're doing here.
Number, yes. I mean, they're popping up everywhere, so there's more opportunity for them to be broken into.
Jeff Kathman owns...
Wait, that is an illogical statement if I've ever heard one. Well, there's more vape shops popping up, so the opportunity is increasing for these criminals. What?
No.
Do people steal gas because there's more gas stations in town? No.
No.
That's not the motivation or the reason why they're stealing this stuff.
But when you think about stuff like that, it's more opportunist thieves. Some thieves are just opportunist thieves. They'll just see a chance and they'll take it, and that's it. You know what I mean? And that's what that kid's done in that. Just, he probably didn't get in plan it, but he thought, fuck me, I'm going to just give us it. Right, I'm off. See ya. You know what I mean?
And this is the thing that irritates me, is anybody that has a fundamental understanding of criminology knows that it's usually a matter of opportunity, circumstance, and situation.
Mm-hmm.
That's what drives crime.
Exactly.
If their lives weren't shit and they actually had a reasonable paycheck and a reasonable job that they could go to where they could afford the things that they need to get through life, forget about what you think they need and what they think they need. That's irrelevant. What they think they need is the motivation they need to do these crimes.
Exactly.
They have the opportunity because they find a place to go and do it. And if they don't have one in your town because you had too many vape shops and you got rid of them all, they'd go to the next town. Maybe you should solve the problem on why they want to go and do the illegal activities and find a legitimate way for them to get what they need.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that too common sense of a solution?
Well, you've said the magic word there.
Owns 3 vape shops.
Does not
He
prevail.
Its disposables are the hot target right now, both THC and nicotine.
It's a product that's very easy to sell. The market is wide open to be sold, 10, 15, 20 bucks a piece.
Just last week, before these disposables were stolen, Vapes says a woman walked in and took a bunch of these disposables. And they're even harder to protect when the thieves are breaking in after hours.
Some stores are even installing that shatterproof glass, but that's a hefty cost, to do it. But if you're having it repeatedly done, you need to do something to stop it.
Yeah. Legalize the sale of these products to anyone.
I'm just looking at the reaction of the sales clerk there. He's looking at us like, gone, what the fuck?
Listen, when I first moved to Pennsylvania and was going to Penn State University, I had a part-time job at a local gas station, and I got robbed in the middle of the night. Okay? This is a common occurrence. And just because it's happening at a vape shop doesn't make it any different than when it happens at a gas station or a convenience store or any other store or pawn shop.
Yeah,
I mean,
any store. Yeah, could be any shop, clothes shop, clock shop.
And
watch
with the way
shop,
the economy
food
is
shop.
lately, this is going to keep getting worse.
Yeah, exactly.
The cost of food is twice as what it is. Cost of gasoline is still, sky high. People need to survive, and if they can't find a legitimate way to make their money, then they're going to find an illegitimate way to meet their basic needs for survival.
It's a bit like a story I seen a few years ago. It was a homeless guy. He went to a shop. He was hungry. He stole food. He got caught. They arrested him and all that shit. And they actually found out that he had eaten for about 2 weeks. He hadn't had a meal for 2 weeks. And you could see he was skinny as a rake. He had note on him. And, they give him the help. They finally got him, into social services. They got him a little job, got him a little place to live, and happy days. But for you to be caught stealing food to feed yourself, to survive, for somebody to help you, the help should be there long before you get to that stage. There shouldn't be homeless.
It should be. But there's a problem with people getting access to these things, finding out about the things and then actually going through the process of it. We just talked about, how this lady that's been on the Medicare system for how many decades down in Florida has home health care and, Meals on Wheels, the whole 9 yards. And because now the pandemic is over, all these programs are going back to the way they used to be before. Time to make these budget cuts because we got to make our budget cuts, right? Forget about the fact that we're dumping millions and millions of dollars overseas for all these wars and conflicts going on. We can't take care of our people at home. This lady got cut off from the system because she didn't fill out the appropriate renewal form. Listen, she's got a terminal illness. She's not going to get any better. Why you got to have her keep renewing?
I think a lot of countries, like yourselves and us included, need to get, their own house in order. It was on the news today that they're only just starting to do cutbacks on the immigration, the illegal immigrants, how they've been housing them in hotels. Do you know how much it's been costing the taxpayer a day to house these immigrants in hotels? £8 million a day. 8 million.
How much
they haven't even got
unused property could the government purchase, or like old military barracks that they've condemned for the military, that they could actually put that money into to fix up and have a place for the homeless to live, to process them through, or to process their return?
I spend that kind of money on that. I mean, Dingo's wrong. If the immigrants are coming over, from war-torn countries, your heart goes out to them, and, they've lost everything and all that shit. I'm not being callous in the sense that I didn't give a shit, but I still think the governments or the countries they came for, their governments should be held accountable for it anyway. But that's another fucking conversation. But, for like our taxpayers' money with all the austerity that we're living, and people are struggling to afford to heat the homes and, pay the fuel bills and all that shit, for them to blow £8 million a day just on putting people in hotels. And then the solution was to build a fucking boat and stick them all on a boat in a port. Come on, man. It's fucking crazy, man. What's going on?
They've lost all sense of common sense. That's what it boils down to. They don't have the common sense to go, look at all these empty apartments that we have around town that would be way cheaper than a hotel. £8 million a day.
Yeah, a day. Wow.
We could have a whole separate show just about the waste of government in your country and my country. Totally, completely off vape subject whatsoever. It just, unfathomable, the stuff that goes on around us. And that's why I started this podcast, because people don't know what's going on around them.
Oh, it's crazy, man. Honestly, when you look at like you said, I mean, it's down to circumstances why people are smoking and all this shit. Well, there it is. People are living in freaking poverty and all this crap, and all pissed off with the governments and all this shit. So what do you want to do? Like, do cartwheels and go, we're so happy. You know what I mean?
Well, here in the States, during COVID, they legit changed the laws and the requirements for getting access to social services, right? They allowed it to be 200% of the federal poverty level. And you were eligible for health insurance and for food stamps, which made a lot of the regulations for like the school districts way easier, because if more than 70% of your town is collecting food stamps, well, then the school doesn't have to process paperwork. They just give free lunches out to everybody, because the cost of doing the paperwork to verify that everybody's doing a legitimate thing, well, is more than it costs to just give everybody the free food.
Yeah. Well, there's a comment there, man. Mallory Gates has just done there. I mean, it could work. That's wherever you live. There's empty office buildings that could be converted into flats or apartments or whatever, right? That could happen, but it could temporarily house immigrants. Once the immigrant status got stuff like, sorted out and whatever, sent back, got the citizenship, and then apartment became empty, they could then convert them into housing, because social housing here is on its knees. We're all fighting for houses as well. So, everybody's a winner at the end of the day. But like I say, it's just...
And the thing is, when you have a conversation, now you've come to realize, just in the statements you've made, that there's a bigger problem to address. It's not about the immigrant housing. It's about housing in general needs to be addressed in your country.
Definitely.
But nobody's talking about
they're not
fixing that.
Housing. I mean, no, there's a lot of things they're not talking about, mate.
They're focusing on all the wrong things. Yeah.
Definitely.
Manager at Vapes says she didn't file a police report since those disposables were only worth around $30, and she's worried any police investigation just wouldn't go very far. Kathman says that because of the nature of this crime and those low-dollar amounts, it often goes by the wayside. Kyle?
All right, Luke, thank you so much. A West Side vape shop telling...
It's going to go by the wayside. You got people that are stealing cars, so we're going to focus on that because they stole $25,000 instead of, this petty shop got $300 of inventory lost. It only cost them $150. We're going to just not worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not worried about that.
How bad do they need to make the situation before all of a sudden now all these shop owners are now throwing, complaints against the legislators going, listen, you caused this problem, you idiots. You didn't solve any problems. You made the problem worse because you created a new problem that wasn't there before you touched the situation to begin with.
Exactly.
Telling us tonight they've had thieves visit at least twice in the last year. Each time they were after merchandise.
Well, what else would they be after? The display cases? Are they breaking into the stores to steal display cases for their roadside stand for all the stolen product that they got from the other stores?
Yeah, they want to display when they sell it on.
Am I the only person that thinks a lot of the statements that have been made by these fools are nothing but idiots statements? What else would they steal? They came in to get the product inventory. Really?
I've just had that image in my head. Right? Where they've stolen the gear and they've stolen the display cases and they pulled the car up on the sidewalk and they put the display cases out and they've laid them all nice and nicey for people to come and see this.
What they didn't tell you about is that there was a robbery down the street at the U-Haul store. They stole a big box van. And that's where they're setting up their shop, their mobile shop. They stole the display cases from this vape shop. They stole the inventory from that vape shop. They went to the gas station and stole the fuel to run the truck around town. I mean, it's just a whole criminal enterprise.
There you go. Instant mobile shop. Jesus Christ.
And this isn't some remote situation. This is happening right here, right where I live. There you go. Morning roundup. Westmoreland Vape Shop burglarized. Hopewell Area School District target of ransomware attack. Wow. We've got such austerity in the press now that we have to combine 2 articles into one. What?
Wow.
And the best part is this vape shop burglary wasn't actually reported by the Trib Live. It was reported by a local TV station. So we got to go to the TV station to see what happened.
Yeah, Janelle, you're exactly right. More on that in a moment, but you can see the doors boarded up. There are some pieces of glass on the ground outside as well, scattered about, but the whole thing was caught on security video. You can see, as if you take a look at your screen, it starts with the person picking up a big rock or a chunk of concrete and throwing it at the door, then pulling and kicking until they can bend the glass back and get inside. We've heard from the owner who says the person got away with around $320 worth of stuff. Now, as you mentioned, Janelle, at the beginning of last year, Pittsburgh's Action News 4 covered a series of similar incidents at the shop. People broke in twice within the first few weeks that it had opened. At the time, they estimated it would take $6,000 to fix a busted door and window. When we called state police about this morning, they said they had no information to share with us at this time, but we'll let you know when we hear more from police. Reporting live in Unity Township, Westmoreland County, Tom Garris, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
Okay, Tom, we now...
Do you not think you don't need to update the security systems? Because you can get switches on doors that will pick up vibration and set the fucking alarms off. He's been hiding bricks and fuck knows what at that door.
But it's not like these vape shops are making any real money anymore. Do you know how much money they make when they sell you a disposable vape?
Oh, the shite. They make more of the juice.
Compared to what they make when they sell you a big modern tank and a bottle of juice? Or rebuildable?
Yeah.
When you go in to buy your vape that might last you a whole week or might only be 5 days or you might buy 2 a week or whatever, that shop is making less than $5. You're paying, $30 for one of these things. The shop's take is like $5 on a disposable. Then you've got a bunch of it that's going to taxes, which is probably about what the shop is making. And then the rest of it goes to actually purchase the disposable that they're selling you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Profit margins are nothing on these products anymore. And a lot of the vape shops not only are doing vape, they're doing other things. We've got one that I visit on a regular basis in Cleveland that is now also a tattoo shop. Because the money that they're making on the vape business, number one, they can't rely on that. They're like one regulation away from the city banning their store's existence. So when they sign a lease and they got to cough up $1,500 a month for that lease, for that store, what are you going to do when 6 months down the road they ban the sale of, flavored vaping products and you're only allowed to sell tobacco and 96% of your sales are all gone? You still got to cough up to $1,500 a month. Forget about putting food on your table or gas in your tank. You want to run a shop? Well, they're diversifying beyond just bringing in cannabis.
A lot of the vape shops around here are tending to actually go down towards, shall we say, herb supplies. The big glass bongs and cigarette papers and all that stuff. They're selling and grinders. They're selling all that shit as well in the vape shops.
You're about 5 years behind where the United States is.
Yeah.
And looking at the picture and looking at the push that they're putting for, banning disposables because of the kids and, crying the blues about the kids' misuse of these products. You're about 5 years behind where the United States is.
Yeah.
And I know there are people that are terrified of this.
We are probably doing a carbon copy of the way user went. That's the way I think we're heading. It all started like that in the States, little bits, and then boom.
And the sad reality is a lot of these things that I've been doing the research on are copy and paste stories all across the country. It's like a carpet bomb of misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've got one story that happened in a local town, and now this same story is, okay, now every single news channel is now looking for the latest break-ins. Stuff that was actually going on in the background. We didn't even just hear about it because nobody covers a $20 loss of a store. I mean, it's almost like they should be expecting this as a cost of doing business in the current climate, economic climate we live in.
Our media now is now broadcasting negative stories about vaping, so they've started that ball rolling now over here. All negative stories, no positive. No, man gives up smoking 40 years when he goes to vaping. None of that. All negative.
And this can all be traced back to, like what I talked about in the podcast with Dr. Brian King's coming out with a tobacco vaccine. That's the solution for tobacco control. And we're going to push the science out there saying that this is the best way to do it. And if we get 75 people say that this is the best way to do it, even though you read all 75 papers and there's no actual factual basis to what their statement is, this is what everybody's doing. Yeah. So that's what we're going to put out there, and we're going to be science-driven policy. Well, where's the actual data that shows that this actually works?
Well, they're not using science. They're not using science because they know that vaping's got plenty of science to back it up, but they choose to ignore it. So
here's what I would like somebody to do for me, okay? Because I have yet to be able to find it. I want a complete list of every country on the planet and what the current percentage of smoking is in that country. I can't find it. There isn't one. You would think the World Health Organization would have it, or Truth Initiative, or any of these other no smoking institutions. There isn't a complete list of every single country on the planet. The best list I found was 110 countries out of over 200 countries on the planet. Okay? There isn't a list, let alone a current and up-to-date list, because that list that had 100 countries on it still had New Zealand's smoking rate at 25%, which we all know is crap, because if you look at New Zealand scientific studies from their tobacco control people, it's at 8%. They're like this close to being completely smoke-free like Sweden.
Well, some of them are, the data is old, some of the lists. I mean, one's dated here, 2003. You know what I mean? It's old news.
Yeah. Well, the United States was still listed at like 28% smoking rate.
Well, I've got one here. It's just, hang on. It's 105. What's the website? Hang on a minute. Just have a quick look. It's worldpopulationreview.com.
I think that's the one that I use. It has a picture of a map with all the countries, and you can hover over each country, and it tells you what it is.
Yeah.
What's the smoking rate in the United States on that country?
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, hang on a minute. Where are we? It's just got them in colors. So blue, dark blue is around about 35%. Really dark blues, 40% and 45%. Hang on, it's not like...
The only country I know that is that high in smoking rate is like Myanmar. It's like 46% or something. But I don't even know how old that data is. All right, one last bit of quick news, and then we're going to go on to our flavor explosion and have a nice little bit of alcohol to lighten the mood. We have a new press release here from Timeless Vapes. They launched their artist legacy collaboration with Tato Cavero. Don't know who Tato Cavero is, but Timeless Vapes has introduced this new design. Kind of looks like an extended Zippo. And they're not the first ones to do something like this, but that is a very stylish looking disposable, or mod or pod. What is it? Yeah. Don't even know.
United States, 25%.
Yeah, that's old data. That's like 2000s maybe. It was a 25%. No, it was earlier than that. 45%. That might go back to when I was in high school.
This one, it's got the total smoking rate is 25.1%. Of that, 30.9% is male, 19.3% is female smokers. That's fucking ancient, that. It's got to be old, that.
Yep. Yeah, Windows is playing their little shenanigans again. All right. I think that's enough for now on the news.
That's an odd one. That's an odd one. That's old data. That's ancient. That shit. You can see. It's in algebra.
Yep.
E-cigarettes have this great potential for harm reduction and to keep people from smoking cigarettes.
Thank you, Stanton. I appreciate you telling the truth.
E-cigarettes are less toxic than cigarettes.
Oh, well, that's a great piece of information. I think everybody on the face of the earth, especially the smokers, should hear that. The people who smoke need to know this type of information.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
The current incarnation of the e-cigarette was not invented by one of the major tobacco companies. It was invented in China.
By pharmacists, you're right. Yeah.
I think it's fair to
You
say
make
that
me
an
want a
e-cigarette
lobotomy.
user, puff for puff, is getting less carcinogens than a smoker.
Yes, but is it safer, Stanton? That's all we need to know.
Why are people using them? Well, the most common reason cited in surveys among adults is that they're a safer alternative to cigarettes.
Fantastic.
There are some people who e-cigarettes help them quit. And just based on all the personal testimonials, I'm sure that's true.
Well, the only thing that we need to wrap up this segment before we get some alcohol is, what does Grim Green have to say about it?
Let's keep on vaping like our lives depend on it, because they kind of do.
There you go, folks. That's all it takes. I think it's time for a flavor explosion.
Move your mind and get ready for the drop.
Get ready for the drop. And today, for you, I have picked up a big, massive bottle of rum chata pumpkin spice cream liqueur. Rum chata pumpkin spice combines premium Caribbean rum, real Mediterranean cream with a taste of home-cooked pumpkin pie for the perfect burst of autumn to spice up your coffee.
Holy fuck, what the hell? What is that?
Stanton glance is annoying me. Sorry. Actually, it's one of them days.
Yeah, well, I've just got
Why, oh, why do you exist?
What do you got there, mate?
Well, I'm just... After last week's shenanigans, when I was drinking that dragon's fucking soup, I had the hangover from hell the next day for work. So I'm playing it safe. I've gone to one I've had before. I'm just having a simple beer. I've gone back on the old, the 1664. It is very, how can I say, humble compared to the exotic drink that you're drinking, you know?
No.
Just a 5% lager. I'm playing safe.
Listen, mate,
because
the flavor may be exotic, but the drink is not. It's very ordinary compared to some of the other stuff. Like the stuff you had last week, it's legitimate an alcoholic beverage with an energy drink combined. And there was a big to-do dog going here in the States back when I was DJing because everybody was doing the cherry bombs or Jaeger bombs. So you were combining Red Bull energy drink with an alcohol. So an upper and a downer, you were combining them together. So you didn't feel anything of anything until the hangover showed up, when all the stuff tried to eliminate from your body and took a bunch of vitamins and nutrients with it. And if you didn't happen to have any B12 tablets, man, that hangover lasted for days.
Oh, it was bad. It was bad. It was to the point where I went to work, turned up, told them, they said, "How much did you have to drink last night?" I said, "Such and such." Says, "You can't fucking drive." I said, "I know."
I know, my wife's been feeling it too lately. Just
so I got a school night. I'm just calming it down a bit.
Hey, man, this stuff here, it's not that. What is it? 15%? No, not even. 13.75% alcohol by volume. And the only reason we got a 750 ml bottle here instead of a smaller one is because I'm a cost-conscious person, and it's not going to end up going to waste. It'll sit in the fridge if it's got to sit there for 6 months. But why am I going to pay $20 for a little bottle and pay $30 per bottle twice the size?
Yeah.
Just sit here and
it's
sip
that
it.
old dynamic, isn't it? It's just cheaper to buy in bulk, isn't it? Or bigger, as they say.
Now, I've had rum chata before, and I love it because rum chata by itself tastes like rice pudding.
Yeah.
And now they've legit added the pumpkin spice to it, and it's still got that creamy texture, and it is pretty damn close. I mean, you can tell that there's alcohol in it, but there's some rum in there, but it does carry on the characteristics of a creamy liquid with pumpkin flavoring.
It looks a bit like Bailey's. It's got that same appearance.
That's exactly what it's like.
Mm.
And my mistake was not chilling it before the show.
Oh, that's not good. Get some ice, hide on the rocks. There you go.
It's not bad, but definitely better. If you're going to drink it warm, put it in your coffee. Now we're good to go.
Now you're good to go.
Awesome. All right, let me go on Facebook and see if anybody posted any of their hand checks.
Yeah, I've just seen Jaeger bombs. Christ, they're still quite popular here. Jaeger bombs are massively popular still over here. They're just like a get pissed quick thing, aren't they? Pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh, Kraken rum with strawberries and cream, Dr. Pepper, taste amazing. My wife drinks that. Kraken rum. It's quite nice. Strawberries and creme, Dr. Pepper, tastes amazing. Oh. Strawberries and creme. Can you get strawberries and creme, Dr. Pepper? I've never seen strawberries and creme, Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
It's only a seasonal thing around here, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I've never seen it.
Okay, so we've got Dusty Country Road here and William Dobson through their hand checks in there. Kenny, what's your hand check? What are you vaping on today? Well, I download these.
Me? I'm very limited because, unfortunately, boys and girls, my battery powered chargers died. So I'm basically charging batteries up in the mod at the minute, like watching it closely. So I've only got like 2 on the go because I've only got like a few batteries that I'm charging. So I'm still using me Smok R-Kiss with the Osiris on. And I think I've got a have I got a battery in this one? I think I have. Where is it? Is it in this one? Yep. I'm still using the RX Machina as well. Little bloody mech mod that I got in the auction for Mick's daughter. So I'm basically only just got 650 batteries on the go at the minute because I've got nothing to charge me bigger ones in, to be quite honest with you. So, but I have ordered a new battery charger. It's on its way. The VSXR, I think Alex has got one on his desk. I've got the X-Star
VC8.
That's the one. That's what I've got on the way. I've ordered that from Fogstar. So hopefully when that arrives, I'll be back up and running with all my batteries again.
Best battery charger of all the ones I've tried. I've got half a dozen of them.
But on the plus, there is a positive out of it, because now I'm going through all my batteries, saying which ones can either be flung, rewrapped, and all that shit. So it's given us an opportunity to sort my batteries out. There it is.
There she is.
Exactly the one.
Fantastic.
Can't wait to get it.
Single USB-C connection on there, and the lovely part about it is I mean, it takes any size battery that we normally use. 18650, 2700, 21700. They all charge. You can discharge the batteries on them. It's got the voltage. It's got the amperage, how many amps it takes to charge your battery from completely empty. So if you look at the display on there, you can tell, man, this battery is really old. Besides, you recognizing it as being an old battery. I've rewrapped this one 3 times. You look at it and go, wow, that was empty, and it just charged, and it only took 500 milliamps to charge it fully. It's time for this one to go by the wayside and get recycled.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm still chugging along with the Arbiter. However, I did change the e-liquid in there. I really love the cinnamon thing. The cinnamon Danish swirl muffins. I did the first bottle of it. I was starting to get kind of sick of it. And then I'm like, okay, I just have a little bit of the bottle left. By the time I finished the bottle left, I'm like, I need to make another one. Because I stopped being sick of it. I just really started to enjoy the flavor. As you use an e-liquid for a length of time, your taste buds get desensitized to it. So those things that started to bug me about it dissipated as I got acclimated to it. And then it was like, wow, this is a really good all-day vape. I just kept picking it up and kept reaching for it over the other choices I had. And now it's time to switch. And as I'm starting to run out of that, I'm not going to make another one. So I pulled out the old trusty cappuccino 1, 2, 3, 4 that we mixed up. And it's now transitioning from a cinnamon toast muffin to a nice coffee.
No way is he dragon fruit, Bacardi, and Sprite. Fucking hell. You'd be mortal.
That sounds fantastic.
It sounds good, but I wouldn't like to be there the next day. Jesus.
Hey, I got the old Osiris here. I'm still loving it. Why don't you tell your story about yours? How you had to fix yours?
Mine. I tried hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of wicking methods, and it just leaked like a twat. And I mean leaked. It was chucking it out. So on closer inspection, I'll just try and quickly get it to go where I want it to go for the minute. Just if you bear with us a sec while I take it off. On closer inspection, you see well, my camera's a mile away. Hang on. I'll see if I can zoom in a bit because the lights are there. Hang on. Right. On close inspection, this face on the bottom, it was wet. It was soaking wet all the time.
You didn't push it in the hole.
That goes on the top of here, right? And I was getting loads of leakage around the side of here. And what it is, this O-ring that's on here, what you've got to do when you put it on, you've got to be careful as out because I had a nick in it. So it was basically leaking through the O-ring. And also as well, what I've noticed is you may know you've got like a notch on here. Well, where am I going to? You've got a notch on here, and you've got your notches in there. You line up to put it back together, right? Like so. And then you turn it to lock it.
And lock it.
But what happened was I was turning it again. So basically I was putting it back in the unlock position so it wasn't sitting flush. So basically when you turn it to lock it, don't move it. Keep it where it is and it doesn't leak. There was just a couple of little things that I'd found with it because I was baffled with why it was leaking. I honestly, I was dry. I packed loads of wick in, right? And I was getting a dry hit and it was still leaking. I'm like, that's not wicking. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
when I
that's
first
what it
did
was.
the
It's
initial
just
review
like-
on it and stuff, I make sure as a routine habit now to juice up the O-rings on these things when I put it together. And even I, after
Yeah.
juicing it up, still had trouble getting it to fully seat in there. It would turn, but it wasn't fully seated. I must be on the one side or
Yeah.
something. But once I got it fully
Yeah.
seated and
But
locked it in, it's been fantastic ever since. Never leaked once.
Yeah, but like I say, I don't know if it's been an accidental thing when I've been adjusting airflow and that, but if you turn it back, you're actually putting it back in its unlocked position, ready for that switch to flick it off. So therefore, it's not, like you said, it's not properly seated. You've got to leave it where it is, and touch wood up to now, it's solved the problem, and I'm back to square one again. Love it. But
And then I still have my mic vapes. Blaze and Blaze Solo here.
I think that's why you get a few people doing updates on reviews, what they've done. You know, like I say, when you do the review and it's all nice and shiny and everything's nice and tight and everything, it works great. But after a bit of use, that's when you kind of find out some of the niggling problems.
Mate, that's why I don't put reviews out as soon as I get done with them. I need to go through at least one coil change before I want to finish up a review on a rebuildable.
Yeah.
Because it might be perfect the first time, and then just the fact of you doing it the first time, and then by the time you go to replace the coils in there, replace the cotton the first time, and you put it back together, you might have nicked that O-ring because you've never had it apart before. So how can you give an accurate review on something if the tolerances are so tight that no matter how careful you are and how well lubed that O-ring is, if you slice a portion of that off on your initial assembly of it, forget it.
You're in trouble. Yeah.
That's a design flaw that everybody needs to know about before they spend $60 on a rebuildable tank.
Yeah, it's like I say, but you know, since then, not a drop, been perfect. So, it's probably right. You know, you should. That's what I'm saying. Like some of these people, when they do the reviews and they're testing for a week or two, I've been guilty of it myself. You know, you think an RD is an RD, you can only do so much, you can only vape so much, but then, you know, a couple of weeks in, or maybe it's a month in, you start finding teething problems.
Yep.
So,
and I'm even worse when it comes to an average product that really doesn't have anything on it. I'm like, I don't see the value in putting the information out there. Okay, so my channel doesn't have the most number of reviews on it. You guys can see in the background, I literally have hundreds of different things that I've tried. And look at the number of reviews I have on my channel. If it's an okay product, I'm not going to put a review on it. Why am I going to put a review on it when I'm not going to be excited to do the review? Because it's just an average run-of-the-mill vape. You can get dozens of alternatives that will do just as good of a job.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at when I get products for reviews, because I'll look at a product and it's something that I think it's something that I've got to want, or something that I fancy. I'll not just buy a product for the sake of reviewing it. It's just money down the fucking drain, because all you're going to do is review it and hide it on the shelf. It's false economy. It's pointless. You know what I mean?
Mate, how come you didn't fucking introduce me to you 3 years ago? You know how much money I've wasted on stuff that I bought to review and never did a review on it because it's like, it's all right.
Yeah. Yeah.
If it's not crap or if it's not fantastic, I don't see the point in me telling you about it.
Yeah. It's like I say, that it's got to be something that I'm going to use myself as a consumer, not just sit and review it and hide on the shelf. You know, I want to use it as much as anybody else. But when I jumped at this because that's Vapes. I mean, nobody's Vapes Cloud, but the good stuff, you know what I mean?
Well, let's jump at this one. Here's Dusty Country Road setup that he's got going on.
Oh,
look at that.
Lovely,
Isn't that gorgeous?
Beauty.
And here's William Dobson's trusty steed. Man, those Dovepo Odins. That's something I didn't even think about, bringing up. I did review. Bogan went and visited the Dovepo
I've seen that
plant where they manufacture these things.
He done a few of them, didn't he? He went through all the places where they manufactured chips,
right? Because
and all this stuff.
It's like cars. They aren't all manufactured in the same place. Like, you go and you buy a Ford. Well, my dad worked at the engine plant where they manufacture the engines. And they had like 3 different engines that they were making it all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, except when they shut down 2 weeks a year to retool. Right. But those engines are shipped. You've got body panels that are bought from other, manufacturers, and they're assembled on an assembly line, and doors are put in, and upholstery is made by an upholsterer, and vapes are the same way. All the individual components. You have a machine shop that actually mills all the intricate components and stuff. So you got to go visit that place. And then you got to visit the place where when everything is bought and put together, they legit assemble the whole device and test it and make sure it works. And then you've got the labs and the design and development process.
It kind of relit my excitement for engineering because I thought I've never ever missed being on a CNC machine again, but I kind of do because there are just amazing things to watch. You know what I mean? When you've done a program, you sit and watch it. It's like mesmerizing. Like it's weird. It's something weird about it. Watching
it triggers that inside. It goes, hey man, I used to do that. I got bored as shit with doing it because it's always the same thing over and over, day in and day out. But man, is that something cool to be able to take a big chunk of metal and create these things that are used to make new things?
I still get fascinated by it. I mean, it's just, I think it's just something.
I found it fascinating that in the testing process, obviously, they test the USB-C plug, make sure it charges, make sure the connections work, make sure the buttons work. You know that they test this fire button 10,000 times?
I seen that machine. They put little weights on it for the resistance, didn't they?
We'll take a quick look at that one after we do the dad jokes. But I thought that was fascinating. You take it for granted. You go to the store, you buy these things, they're pre-assembled, and it's like, oh, that's pretty cool. You have no clue how much work went into it before they actually decided to actually box them and sell them.
It's all the research and development, then obviously the manufacture of the prototype and all the testing of the prototype, and all the rules and regs they've got to stick to as well. It's a lot goes into it. People don't realize a lot goes into it. But that Odin's lovely that Odin.
Vaping Bix says, saw the presentation, not interested in buying that Monarchy stubby. Kind of interested in getting the DNA board, though, for my stubby that he already owns. That was one of the things I did before the PMTAs went in. I got a hold of DNA, and I ordered the DNA reference mod and spare boards because that was my plan. I was going to put it in the Odin. I'm like, I bought the cheap Odin. I wanted a DNA board to put in it. Never thinking twice that the battery compartment, those layers of sandwich plastic and the springs that hold your batteries in, was going to be what failed in the device. I was guaranteed that the board was going to go bad first.
They've done that as well with the top side. When they bring the top side with the Yeehee board in, a lot of people just bought the cheap one, and got the Yeehee board and just upgraded it.
Yeah.
But I think the top side board was. I've got a top side, and I've still got the original, the board that came with it. I've got no issues with it. The Graf's Champion.
That was one squonker I did not buy. I tried a couple times to buy it, but I wasn't willing to pay over $100 for a top side. $150, I think, is what it was selling for.
I bought the top side. I had the issues, but when they brought the top side Yeehee out, and then they charged stupid money for that, I went, nah, I'm not paying that just for the sake of a board. No way. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it was carbon.
I'm like, I've got half a dozen squonkers. It's not like I love squonking. Yes, I squonk time to time just as something different to do, but I wasn't paying $150 for a squonking mod.
Well, at the end of the day, it destroyed the squonking market period, didn't it? You know what I mean? Just whoosh, gone.
Yeah. I did a review on this one, and I had somebody leave a comment on it recently going, hey, man, can somebody give me a link to it? I want to buy one. All right, well, I don't want to be rude and tell you that, just Google it. You can't spend 5 seconds to Google it.
Chillin garlic.
So I Googled it myself going, maybe everybody's sold out of it, and I should put a post on the review saying, listen, it's sold out everywhere. If you find it, take it as a gift from God. But I did a Google search.
I think we still get them,
Yeah, in 2 minutes, I found 3 stores that were selling it still. Obviously, Element still has it because they're the biggest one, but there were 2 other places I found that still had it in stock. And did you ever notice this with mods and tanks? They come out, they're a crazy price. After they're out for maybe a month or 2, they'll drop down in price, and that's their reasonable price, what they consider reasonable. And it'll go like that for 6 months, and then everybody clearances it.
Yep.
And it'll be on clearance for maybe a month or 2 until most places sell out of it. And then all of a sudden the price goes way back up, almost as high as it was when it originally came on the market. and that's what it stays for until they're all gone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is
Just to
that
get rid of
situation.
Stop because the buy dolly.
When this went on clearance, you could pick this up for $40. But not anymore. You want this now? You're going to pay $100 for it.
Really? Wow. It's crazy, isn't it?
All right, William Dobson's got his dad joke to get us started for today. The Irish 000 emergency call. An Irish woman is cleaning her husband's rifle and accidentally shoots him. She immediately dials 000 emergency. Irish woman. It's my fucking husband. I've accidentally shot him. I think I fucking killed him. Operator says, please calm down, ma'am. Can you first make sure he is actually dead? Bang. Okay, I've done that. What next? I don't think that's how you're supposed to find out if he was actually dead or not.
Just made sure he was dead, I suppose.
Whoops. Sorry. That wasn't how I was supposed to check.
Irish joke. It was like that classic Irish joke as well. Did you hear about the Irish woodworm? It was found dead.
Irish woodworm.
It was found dead in a brick.
Oh boy. What is it with Windows? They want to ask me. I changed the default app to Chrome because I wanted hyperlinks to open in Chrome since that's what we use on a weekly show, right? Well, ever since I've done that, now it's asking me for everything. What do you want the default app to be for this?
What the fuck?
What?
Windows bugger off. The gremlins are out this week.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and blow sunshine up your ass. If that's why you came to the show, I'm telling you right now, you're going to be sadly disappointed.
Yeah.
If a law is unjust, a man is not only right to disobey it, he is obligated to do so. You can thank Thomas Jefferson for that.
Well, the same rules were meant to be broken.
Listen, you know me, I love science, right? I always look for vape science and take a look at things, and sometimes it's really hard to understand the language they put in these scientific studies. And sometimes they actually supply pictures that make it dead easy for anybody to understand why we say that this is so much safer than smoking a cigarette. All right? Here is a graphical analysis from a gas chromatograph that shows and identifies each constituent that's inside something that they test. The top one is what it is when you analyze tobacco smoke. Okay?
Wow.
Here's the nicotine spike. But look at all the other spikes that are inside tobacco smoke. Over 70 of these are carcinogens. Now we're going to take a look at e-cigarette steam, a.k.a. vapor. It's not actually steam. For it to be steam in my definition, it's got to be just water. But here we go. We got PG, VG, nicotine, and look how low the rest of these are, which is basically flavorings. It's exactly the way we mix it.
Nothing, is it? Mm-hmm. It's nothing, is it?
And then the idiots want to say that
nothing.
This is the same as this. No, it's not. Clearly, it's not. And here's a little blast from the past. When I first got started vaping, and I was waiting for an order to come in, this was for sale at a local gas station. And it tastes as horrible as it looks.
It doesn't look very appealing, like, does it?
Nor was it good to vape because I didn't know the difference between mouth to lung and direct to lung. And I thought 24 milligrams was what you're supposed to do if you didn't get enough nic.
Mm-hmm.
Throw that into a nice smock tank. You cough and choke your lungs out and go, I'm going back to smoking.
Yeah. Oh, the e-liquids in them day were fucking vile, some of them. Like, they were really bad.
I love the way that you taste in my mouth. My coffee's reply, keep sipping it, slut. Take it all.
Love it.
This is what the wife was working on. It's Halloween, right? And traditionally, on Halloween, you carve the pumpkin or you decorate it or all this other stuff. So, you know, they're decorating the shop. This was her inspirational idea for Halloween. Just do something different. Somebody took a pumpkin and they made it look like a cocktail glass and posted, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? So they had a little team building exercise after work over the weekend, and they all got together, and she got her pumpkin and painted it green. And that's what... No, it was the other way around. Boy, I botched that story. This was what they were supposed to make it look like. And this is what they ended up with.
That's what it ended up with. I got you. Still cool.
This is why I could never be a comedian. I have my moments where I can be really funny, but 90% of the time, no. Oh, and it wasn't a smoke tank. That's the tank that 24 milligrams went in. I don't even know what was that, E-leaf or whatever?
It looks like an E-leaf, like I. Lordy do. The color of it doesn't look good, does it?
And a little lesson from Office Space. Remember that movie I told you to check out, Office Space? Cheer up. If all else fails, you can always set the building on fire. Hello, you go to be kidding. This is very bad. Very bad indeed.
God, fucking hell.
And always a little bit of inspiration for you guys. Blowing out somebody else's candle doesn't make yours shine any brighter.
After seeing a good joke like that, I beg to differ.
Listen, mate, life is all about ass. Either you're covering it, laughing it off, kissing it, kicking it, busting it, or trying to get a piece of it.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, isn't it?
Hey, man, I'm just driving around waiting for the wife to pick a place to eat. What do you want tonight? I don't know. What do you want? I don't know. What do you want?
Yeah. Would you like for tea tonight, dear? I don't know.
Listen, I'm sorry I dropped you. Can you stop giving me that look?
That looks so cool. It's midnight. That's awesome.
Before Colonel Sanders died, he sued KFC for altering his original recipes. He publicly said that KFC's gravy reminded him of sludge, and their mashed potatoes reminded him of wallpaper paste.
Probably still do.
Random daily facts. So you want to stop the government from giving poor people free stuff, okay? Right? Forget about the fact this came from Occupy Democrats. That's irrelevant. The facts of the matter are true. Funny how you don't care about the $70 billion a year we spend on subsidizing Wall Street banks, or the $38 billion in subsidies given to oil companies, or the $2.1 trillion that Fortune 500 corporations are stashing abroad without paying U.S. taxes on, and $153 billion a year we spend to subsidize McDonald's and Walmart, keeping their wages low and forcing their employees that work 40 hours a week to collect food stamps because they don't make enough to move themselves out of poverty.
Wow. Yeah.
And this is still true today. This was something that I saved on my phone years and years and years ago. No person should hold power over a nation this long. 74-year-old, been there 40 years. Hatch, 80 years old. He's no longer there. I think he's dead. Was in office 38 years at the time. Take a look. Mitch McConnell. He was 73 years old when I downloaded this thing. He's well into his 80s now, and he can't even, put together a coherent sentence half the time, and sometimes he falls asleep giving his speeches. And we got a good old buddy, Dick Durbin, who's now reaching close to 80 years old. He's been in office for 40 years. Chuck Grassley. That putz was in office when I was in high school.
Wow. Did you
Here's
say
my
that
doormat.
the president was? You said that one there. The president is when he's in for 2 terms. It's too long. Jesus.
I think there should be term limits on all offices. 2-term limit max, regardless of office, period. Doesn't matter whether it's the president or the Senate or the House of Representatives, or I even think the judges should be rotated out every 2 years. Every 2 terms.
Definitely. Without a doubt.
Here's a nice welcome mat for you. Welcome.
Yeah.
Beware of wife.
Kids and pets.
Kids and pets are also shady, but the husband's cool.
I'll go with that.
Things we can't afford. Nationwide health care, infrastructure, public transportation, education, renewable energy, clean environment, feeding the poor, and actual public elections where people don't have to stand in line for 6 hours to cast a vote. But things we can afford. Iran and the Afghan wars, $4 to $6 trillion. Wall Street bailouts, $12.8 trillion. Big oil subsidies, almost $40 trillion a year. The F-35 program was a $1.5 trillion program.
Wow.
But you know what? I'm sorry if you get sick and you can't afford health insurance, because Obamacare actually raised the rates of insurance in this country and actually covered less than they did before they touched it and came up with Obamacare. I remember when I first got started at the hospital and we had Blue Cross Blue Shield, and it used to cover everything. Your deductible was $20 and it was like $1,000 a year. Everything else after that, they covered.
Shit.
So with that disappointing little bit of fact, here's some good jokes for you, okay? What concert costs 45 cents? 50 cents featuring Nickelback. It doesn't get any better, mate. Did you hear about the Mexican killer? He had locomotives.
Okay.
Why do cows wear bells?
Oh, my.
Because their horns don't work.
Oh, come on.
I used to hate facial hair, but you know what? It's kind of grown on me. Why do you call an alligator wearing a vest? An investigator.
Oh.
I get angry when my cell phone battery dies. My therapist suggested that I find an outlet. You know, technically, alcohol is a solution.
It is.
What do you call somebody with no nose or body?
Oh, nobody knows. Look at that. Oh.
What does a clock do when it's hungry? It goes back for seconds.
Jesus Christ. Oh.
You want to hear a construction joke?
Oh, well,
sorry, I'm still working on it. Here's a question for chat. I need some blank right now. Fill in the blank and drop it in chat. What do you need right now? Could be legit, could be humorous, could be funny, whatever you want it to be. I need some what right now?
Why did the skeleton not go to the ball?
Why did the skeleton not go to the ball?
To go with. He had nobody to go with.
Oh, look, Mallory replied back. Alcohol is never the answer, but it's worth a shot.
Oh, Jesus. Nice one. Nice one. Very witty. Very witty.
Listen, folks, don't drink in prime. Whatever you do, don't drink in prime.
You just want to bugger off the lawyers. Think of the poor driver.
This one did not age well. I just ran over Donald and Hillary at the same time. You're welcome. Wrong target. It was Biden that needed to go.
He's just a coffin dodger, him.
Why are frogs so happy? They eat whatever bugs them.
That's a good philosophy, that, actually.
When you get paid by the hour.
I like that.
Listen, I cannot be held responsible for what my face does when you talk. I vow not to buy any more stuff. Oh, look, a thrift store.
Oh, look, a thrift store.
Only you can prevent forest fires. No, seriously, they've been defunded. It's just you now, nobody else.
Oh, my God.
Listen, we do seriously have a bad math problem in this country, okay?
Holy
Can you see what's wrong with this picture? Old price $8.99, new price $6.99. You save $20.
Whoa, that's way up the mark.
One decimal place off makes a massive difference. What do you do in this situation?
$2,000.
I know the road signs are different in your country, but you can tell what they are.
Pretty much hit the fucking brakes, didn't you? It's pretty much saying stop. Can't turn left,
I think you're stuck
right,
wherever you are. You can't go left, you can't go right, you can't back up, and you can't go forward. So every which way you go is a wrong way.
It's pretty much saying stop.
Speaking of the economy, we were talking about how bad the economy is right now. The price of meat at McDonald's has actually changed their menu. They're now going to be offering the fabulous McPickle.
I would eat that because I love pickles.
So would my wife.
I would actually devour that. I love pickles. That's your vegetarian burger, isn't it? Your vegan burger. I love that pickles, man. Love it.
This is a true picture.
No,
please, no pig cookers.
What the fuck's that?
Because a pig cooker is covered in lard that's cooked off of the pig while you're roasting it.
Got you.
And listen, when you want to cry up and blues about how bad things are, back in my day, we ate ice cream out of a toilet paper roll and didn't complain one bit about it. Matter of fact, we were excited to hear the opportunity to do so.
It's true enough, isn't it?
And for those of you out there that have a hard time understanding sound, here's a 3D representation of what sound is like. Sound is a pressure. And every time you see a spike, when you're watching, the graph moving along, when you're doing video editing and stuff like that, when you're trying to understand how something that is just a little thin, tall spike is so much louder and so much more powerful than something that's really small, this model will change your understanding of sound.
Cool, like
3D
awesome,
modeling. What happened, Will? Trampoline accident. Don't worry, you'll bounce back. Taco cat spelled backwards is taco cat.
It's not true.
This is called foodscaping. Every yard has a vegetable garden and fruit trees. Neighbors consult with each other so that they can trade food at the end of the growing season. Imagine if everybody did this.
Yeah. It'd be brilliant. It'd be fantastic.
And back in the day, you really did have to add blinker fluid.
And now they had gas tank nozzles in weird places on some of the old cars, didn't they?
Yeah.
Like you must have bought that car and thought, okay, where do I fill it up? Where they hit the fucking gas tank?
And then having to pull out the user manual, the owner's manual, to go through and go, where do I put the gas in this thing? At least you didn't have to worry about people siphoning it off. I mean, how many people even knew that that's where it was, right behind the taillight?
Got to petrol stage. Is anybody looking? Right, put it in here. Right, nobody's looking. No, know where it is.
Here you go, mate. This one's for you. The escalator is refusing to escalate. This matter has been escalated to the engineer who is on their way up or down to check it out. Please use the lift.
Escalator's been escalated.
No matter how big the hammer you use, you can't pound common sense into stupid people.
Yeah, including politicians.
Iceland is the only country in the world without mosquitoes, snakes, or other reptiles. They also have very few species of spiders, none of which are harmful to humans.
No, that's weird.
You want to talk about how bad gas prices are? In Saudi Arabia, oil is cheaper than a bottle of water.
Oil producing country. Even like I say, even the States is oil producing, but still hammer you.
You were going to say something before I cut you off?
I was just thinking like Iceland and Greenland. It was like this. The story behind it was that the Vikings are called Iceland, and Greenland, but they were totally opposite. Iceland is a warmer country than Greenland, and that's why they named them. So obviously, at the time, none of the invaders would come to Iceland because they think, "Oh, it's cold." But yet Greenland is. There's a bit of fact for you, a bit of historical fact.
Yeah.
All done by the Vikings. There you go.
Listen, don't tell me how to grow.
Holy shit, that's totally fucking missed. Jesus Christ.
Listen, if this is what happens in Mother Nature, I mean, what do you think when people are involved? Just because you make the rules and regulations a certain way doesn't mean people are going to follow them.
No.
Bees are directly responsible for production of 70% of fruits, vegetables, seeds, and nuts that we consume on a daily basis. You want to know why they make a big deal about the bees going extinct?
Pollinators. The pollinate.
The barramundi fish grows up as a male and after 2 years turns into a female.
Yeah. There's another fish that does that. It's like, but it's got like a lump on its chin. I can't remember what it's called, but it was on the thingy planet that changed sexes after so many years. That'd be totally pissed me off. I would never allow to change into a woman.
Mate, there is a substance that is in the environment. It's toxic waste that if you consume too much of it, you will fully transform into a woman.
Get away.
Seriously.
Nah. Really?
Yes.
Bullshit. Come on. No way.
Yep.
You grow up, you lose, you grow up. Nah.
Yep.
No way.
Your Audi will become an innie.
Yeah.
And we did a little survey on this channel a couple of episodes back. 18% of Americans actually know how to drive a manual transmission.
I could drive both. I find me easy. No problem with that.
Here's a little bit of information for you. As of 2022, there are 25.3 million sheep in New Zealand and only 5.15 million people.
Oh, yeah, the massive sheep place, New Zealand. We get it here. We call it New Zealand lamb. That's where we get a lot of our lamb from, New Zealand.
Now you know why.
Massive sheep farmers out there. But it makes you wonder, though, because like I said, the land isn't exactly the green, lush land that you think would feed. It's pretty arid, and yet the sheep thrive. It's weird. Weird.
And this is something I talked about on the thing. I actually did the math to calculate it myself. China has 350 million smokers, which is higher than the entire population of the United States.
Oh, easy.
That baffled me. You look at the globe map and you go, here's China, here's the United States, and without Alaska, they're pretty much the same size. But the United States only has a population of 330 million people. China's over like 1.3 billion or something. And China has a 26% smoking rate. So they have more smokers in China than we have people in the United States.
Holy shit. That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Listen, we've had plenty of people say there's so many things on The Simpsons that they got right, that it's coming true. I want to know where in the country I can go find this. I know plenty of women that would love to go there.
I will actually fly to America if you can find us somewhere that does that.
Hooch City, wine by the gallon.
By hook, crook, or whatever, I will come to America to find that fucking place. Holy shit.
Listen, after the age of 65, you should be 100% tax exempt. You've already paid more than your fair share of dues. When is enough enough?
Totally agree. Totally agree with that. Totally agree with it. When you retire, you shouldn't be paying fuck all.
No. If anything, they should be paying you.
Exactly.
Impart your wisdom on the future generations so they don't make the same mistakes your generation did.
Well, this is it, isn't it? I don't think I would
make a habit or two.
Make too many mistakes.
Make a habit or two to help, or at least not to do harm. Hippocrates.
Yeah.
Here's the wonderful economy. Grocery stores be like 1995, 1550, 1725.
Yeah, actually, look, you've got some stuff on the shelves. Some of the shops over here have got fucking nothing on the shelves. Absolutely bare.
Walmart's the same way. Man. Every single day. And there's no employees to be found anywhere except at the door.
No fresh.
To make sure that you checked out everything that you bought in the store.
Yeah, especially the fresh veg aisles. There's absolutely nout in the fresh veg aisles.
Meat.
Nothing.
The wife went in. She was like, oh, you know what? Let's have some spaghetti and meat sauce. Just need to pick up some ground chuck or some ground meat, whatever. It doesn't really matter what it is. Yeah. I don't care. She walked in. There was a ground meat product to be found anywhere. Shelves are completely bare.
See, like, plus where we live, it's like, it's a mixed cultural area. You know, there's a lot of Jewish around here, but they don't sell minced beef. It's minced lamb. They don't. Turkey. The bacon is turkey. It's not bacon or pork. It's turkey rashers.
Yeah, because it's kosher.
Pork. Yeah, that's it. Kosher. That's the word I was looking for. Kosher.
Have you used one of these?
Well, yeah, I used to have an outhouse many years ago for a dump. Terrible when it was snowing. Used to skate all the way down.
You imagine if you told kids that that's where they had to go to the bathroom?
I'll tell you what it is. It was that cold. You were froze the toilet seat. You had to thaw out to get off it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the backyard poo.
Ben & Jerry's, BJ's and your PJs. Come socialize and eat ice cream in your pajamas.
I'm up for that, like the BJ's.
I'm warning you now, the food products that come forward after this point may turn your stomach. So if you're sensitive about foods, you might want to switch channels.
Wait now.
But before we do that, when we were going to school bus driver would stay wherever they're at until everybody pipes down, right? We're going to sit here until all of you settle down. Now, I don't care how long it takes.
So true. I can definitely relate to
Billy
that.
Bob. Billy Bob didn't listen to anybody. He's still acting out. And contrary to popular belief, duct tape is not the solution to every problem.
Oh, shit, hell no. Hell no. Christ almighty. Oh.
You know, there's that flow chart out there that says if it sticks and it doesn't move, WD-40. If it moves and it doesn't stick, duct tape. There needs to be a third fork in that.
That could be a harsh, brutal cure for your hemorrhoids, like I suppose you suffer from them.
If it's on and you need to get it off, duct tape is not an option.
No, Jesus.
Here you go.
Oh my God. Mountain Dew. No fucking way. Nah, they cannot surely exist. Mountain Dew hot dogs. What, energy drink hot dogs? Wait, I did get a buzz off them, like. Holy fuck, no.
They're just flavored hot dogs.
No. Unique beef
Major melon
with a charge of Mountain Dew Major Melon. That'd be fucking rank. Melon hot dogs. I hate melon.
Now I lay me down to sleep. Beside my bed a gun I keep. And if I wake and you're inside, the coroner's van will be your last ride.
I like that. That's cool.
There you go.
Oh my God. What? Oh no. No. Nobody drinks the brine out of hot dogs, surely. No. No. That's so wrong. That's disgusting. What do you do with that? What are you going to do with hot dog water?
Listen, you know why I was asking you about your flavored crisps. You have all these wonderful flavored crisps, right? Curries and stuff. This is the crap we deal with here in the United States.
Hot dog water, come on.
10 calories per serving.
We throw that out. The first thing we do, we open a can of hot dogs or a jar of hot dogs. We drain we'll throw it out. we don't do anything with it. It's just
there's a meme going around this time of year. You know, candy corn. It's Halloween, right? People go out and there's certain people that love candy corn, and you had a nice little info message there that said how to enjoy candy corn. Open up the package, throw it in the bin, go get a Reese's peanut butter cup.
Exactly. That's disgusting. I would never done that.
Legit sign.
Small husband. I like it.
How about this one?
Mayonnaise Kit Kat. Get to fuck. That would be disgusting. Mayonnaise. No. No way.
Fresh ground Karen. 80-20 mix. 80% fat, 20% mouth.
That's what they want to do with the Karens. Actually, I totally agree with that. Like,
there you go. More hot dogs for you.
Yogurt. Fucking yogurt. Oh. Nah. You lot eat some weird fucking shit. Jesus Christ.
You thought peanut butter and jelly was bad.
That's top of the list now. Cheese, dog, yogurt. Oh my God. Whoa. That's rank.
This is how much people in our country love guns. That's the mailbox.
That's quite, I mean, that's pretty cool, actually. I'll give them that. Like, it is pretty cool. I bet the postman posts the letter sideways, though, just in case it is a gun. I mean, I'm not standing in front. No, I'll just stick it in that way. Yeah, shape of that.
How come our thing isn't updating here? You really want my dirty mind to answer? You might lose your channel.
Oh, what's that one? No fucking way.
Duct tape can't fix stupid.
It might surprise Kenny that we have bacon soda. Oh, no way. You don't drink bacon. Oh, no. No. You're a weed, you lot. You're a fucking weed.
Yeah. We got all kinds of goofy stuff. Did your mom do this for you when you were growing up? Before seatbelts?
I remember mum doing this. Yep, definitely. Yeah, way I. Definitely.
Hey, man, I really dig those tail lights on the new Mustangs.
I like that. That's cool.
Another tidbit of fact for you, 17 donuts equals 1 coffee drink from Dunkin' Donuts. It's their pumpkin swirl frozen coffee with cream. 183 grams of sugar per glass.
Holy
Meanwhile,
fuck.
17 donuts has 187 grams of sugar. You wonder why there's so many of us fat in this country?
Yeah. As your bags of, was it fudge rounds, as a certain singer said? Oh, come on. You now I kind of fucking do it. How do you do it? It's impossible. There's something wrong with your fucking joints. You can't physically normal. No normal person can do that. Nah, that one's gone, but that one doesn't want to go. It's like, nah.
Live long and prosper.
Oh, that's a cracking street to live on, isn't
it? Yeah. This is something that's a legitimate picture, too. Houston, Texas.
A cab and a police car in one.
It's not actually a cab. It's to catch speeders going on a highway.
Oh, the fucking the disguise the back end.
False advertisement. You think you're passing a yellow cab, and here it is, the police car ready to give you a ticket.
That's so sneaky. That. See that? I would say that's entrapment. That you've conned me into that. That's what
it's
I would
perfectly
say.
legal.
It's entrapment.
The police. There's a Supreme Court case that has already ruled the police don't have to tell you the truth. It's also legal in Canada for the police to lie to you.
It's pretty much the same anyway, isn't it? The police never tell you the truth. I mean,
that's not the way it should be, though.
I mean, we've just had a case here. A week ago, a guy got convicted for rape that he didn't do, and he done 17 years in jail before he was freed. And they reckon the police investigation was just a big cock up from start to finish. They just wanted to solve the crime, and they picked on him, and that's how they done it.
You know what else I think is fascinating? Take a look and see what is on the billboard behind there.
America's winery, yeah.
You can take out billboards for alcohol, but heaven forbid that you actually tell people that vaping is better than smoking.
Yeah, it's true. That's so true.
I'm frying up some fish for tonight. Follow me for more recipes and great meal ideas.
Oh, get the fuck. Oh, what are the goldfish?
Yeah.
Dirty bastard.
And here's some more history for you. This is the first bottle of e-liquid I bought locally.
PBB cream, and was that actual e-liquid, or was it flavors when you started mixing?
E-liquid flavor. E-liquid.
E-liquid.
12 milligram.
Raspas. What flavor was that? Raspberry.
Raspberries.
Yeah. Sound nice.
I like their logo.
Nice.
I like their slogan. It's a hobby, not a habit.
Yeah. But actually, were they any good? Or were they horrible?
Yeah, they were okay, but 12 milligrams is way too strong. Especially when you consider this was put into the Atlantis Aspire. Spitback at 12 milligram? Oh,
not good.
Rough.
Mm.
There you go. Ready?
That's not good.
I'm just going to give him a little hit of constructive criticism. Okay, ready? You suck.
Fair enough. I love it. But that's what they call a woman's prerogative, isn't it? You suck. Tell you, man.
I can do it right-handed, but not left-handed. And I am left-handed.
Do what? Exactly. Oh, that. Oh. Don't even go there. I can't do any hand. I think the only way I could do it is if I broke my fingers and they put a splint on them.
You claim to be a good parent, but based on your visitation record, we can all see that is a lie.
Jesus wept.
What else do I have in this folder? I don't remember creating this folder. I think I downloaded some stuff that was, I don't know.
I've never heard of that one. I could do the reverse Vulcan hand salute, die young and rot. I've never heard of that one. You heard of that one? I've never heard of that one.
No. That's the Vulcan reverse salute. It's a bad joke. Live long and prosper, die young and rot.
Yeah, I've switched off there. I've had a brain fart. Yes,
It's the antithesis.
Jesus Christ almighty, Ken. Wake up. Been a long day, mate.
Okay. Let's see. This was in reference to, remember we started off with that whole thing about Meredith Berkman and her mission with Zionism and stuff, trying to repopularize it in the United States, right? So I was doing some research on her and doing a little skit bit, and I'm taking a look at what I actually have in here. I'm going to do it anyway. Who cares? What are they going to do?
Why not? What the hell are you doing? What are you doing?
My child got an F on their paper. They couldn't have. I wrote it for them. I'm getting a lawyer.
Yeah. I like that.
Look, I think that's my mom.
Helicopter, way I.
Yeah, we covered that one.
Covered that one.
Happy Mother's Day. Thanks for being so overprotective that you ensured I can never have a healthy, normal relationship with a woman, ever.
That's a true statement, that, you know. When you think about all these serial killers, like the Bundys and all that, you know, they had torrid relationships with their mothers, and that's what fucking turned them.
That's exactly what it boiled down to.
Yeah. They become woman haters.
Yep. Sorry he's late for work. We forgot to brush his teeth for him.
That's fucking so true now. Jesus Christ. Oh, wipe his ass, whichever one. Holy shit. Oh my God. What a clip.
So
Are
happy.
You sure she's not on some of the... You not think she's on some other kind of drug? Because she looks very rough. probably snorting coke.
I heard meth
Just
makes
fuck
people
vape
look
now
like
when I
that.
be coke. Yeah. Fuck the vape now when I have me meth. Wow.
Even with Andrew Cuomo. Wow.
He's
See if that
looking like
works.
What a mess.
We haven't done that in a while.
What's that?
Vaping is better than smoking.
Thank you.
You haven't done that in a while. You have not done that in a while, sir.
And I typed it into chat. It's a now common command that anybody can use if they want to.
Vaping is better than... I'm going to do it, just so the hell of it.
Mallory Gates says, if you have kids like Meredith, I'd be on meth too.
Really?
I'm not a helicopter mom. I'm a DEA plane that makes unscheduled flyovers. It's called helicopter parenting,
Vaping
Meredith.
is better than smoking.
There you go.
I had to do it. I had to do it. I had to do that. I just couldn't.
Hey, man,
I
that's what
couldn't
it's there
resist.
for. Look at her. She's so miserable.
And all you do now is just do that. Copy, paste, bang.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Sorry, you shouldn't give me button suppression.
Why? Listen, I've watched this one so many times, I can hear the conversation playing out in my head.
Wow.
He put her to pieces. My children! She's so happy.
Some meth there, like, definitely.
Is helicopter parenting destroying your child's potential? A 6-volume book dedicated to Meredith. And in reference to Mallory's comment, is he?
Holy fuck. That's been the male version of that. Jesus.
This is her professional profile picture.
No, it reminds me of. It just popped in my head.
You want to smile?
No.
She looks like she's got something stuck up her ass.
She reminds us of the Wicked Witch out of the Wizard of Oz. The Wicked Witch of the West.
It doesn't matter what picture you look at. They're all the same facial expression.
She looks so fucking angry all the time. Or pissed off, one of the two.
Yeah.
Or both.
Lunchtime. Oh, man, I left my lunch at home. If I know my helicopter mom, she'll be here any minute. Oh, Mom, you're embarrassing me.
Wow, they're wrapped up like cotton wool, aren't they?
Remember, if you're a parent, it's your job to raise your kids and discipline them properly, not be their friend.
Yeah, but governments have fucked that up with the political correctness bullshit, haven't they? You can't do anything with them now. They've got more rights than you, apparently, now.
They do.
Political correctness destroyed all that shit. You discipline your child, they're on the fucking phone to child line. My parents abusing me. Piss off. You know what I mean?
Yup. And then, they get the investigation started and they come to find out, guess what? What'd they do? Oh, they got grounded because they failed their English test that they were supposed to study for all last week.
Take care, Big and Vic. He's off to bed. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Now, I want to say a special thank you to Al Ben for sending me today's Retro Vape package. We're going to get that thing opened up for us. I'm going to crack it open here before we go to the overhead cam.
He's being so secretive, isn't he?
I don't want everybody in the world to know what my address is.
Obviously not. I don't know, you may get some more free vape mail.
Or hate mail.
Any donations, please send to this address. Oh, hate mail, I didn't give a fuck about that, man.
This is a milestone, mate. For this channel, this is the first package I've gotten from somebody that's watched this stuff.
Oh.
Look at that.
Heads up the man. Fantastic. Oh, wow.
Thank you.
The Roman-mizer. Is that the Ragnar?
Yes, it is.
You're going to love that. You are going to love that. Trust us, that is good. That is a good
That
thing.
is gorgeous.
That's awesome. It's similar
Thank
to the,
you, Al.
It's similar to the Romizer Pluses and that, but I think that's one of the best ones they've done. Personally,
Everybody says it's better than the Aromizer.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think that is probably one of the best ones they've come up with.
I'm excited.
I think the secret is the amount of airflow controls you have. You can dial it into whatever you want. It's really, really good.
And I think it has to do with the fact that the airflow covers the entire length of the coil there.
Yep, it's got the full whack underneath. The undercoil airflow is a massive, massive difference.
Undercoil airflow and side airflow.
Yep, it's massive difference.
Gorgeous.
That's the same. The only thing, I'll tell you what the only snag is, the only negative I've got about that. You see the drip tip? Mine fell apart. Now that blue outside, it's like a plastic ceramic. That came off mine. So I've just got like the stainless steel top on it. It broke.
You could glue it back on though, can't you?
It just fell off eventually because obviously the vape juice, it's an oil in it, just fucks up all the glue. But exactly the same color one, and that I think to get a replacement drip tip, you're looking about three to £5.
Made it a standard 810 drip tip.
Yeah. Oh, you can put anyone in, but I'm saying that was the only qualm of mine. That drip tip kind of fell to bits. I don't know if it was something I damaged or whatever. I don't know, but it fell apart. But the rest of the tank's fantastic. But actually, I actually quite like it, you know, because underneath that, it's a nice stainless steel drip tip. It looks pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, it's never going to go bad.
Nah. But honestly, I think it's one of the best tank steam spray we've done.
And they also have a mesh deck for it as well.
Yes, they do. I never got that with mine. Like, I think that obviously when I bought mine, that was a separate purchase.
And look,
imagine all the glasses and the old cock ring
and the extension tube.
Oh, he's give you the whole caboodle, mate. You got the lot.
Thank you.
There's loads of airflow, so like I say, you like your airflow, so you'll love the airflow on that. I'd be very surprised if you don't like that. I'd be very surprised.
I think I'm going to love it. Because you're going to have enough airflow, you can push whatever wattage you need to. And from what I've heard, the flavor's better on this than the Supreme. And look at that mesh deck.
I wonder if... Yeah. There you go. Whoop. Don't lose it.
That is awesome. Thank you. Let's give this thing a try.
Why not, man? Get it coiled and wicked up, my friend. Remember to put a bit of power through it. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm up for the challenge.
Put a 0.1, put a 0.1 build in it and whack the wattage up. You'll love it.
I learned before, make sure you completely disassemble everything before you try and.
Oh, yes. I just think when they introduce
all those airflow adjustments.
That's just with the configurations you can have, it caters for everybody. You know, you can have it fully open, top, side, and bottom, and it's like breathing through an aqua lung. You know what I mean? The air is massive in it. Or you can nip it down. I normally have, I think on mine I have one row and the bottom one open. Pretty much where you are now. That's where I normally set mine.
That's what I was thinking would be the perfect setup.
That's where I
You can obviously go more, or you can go less.
Yeah. That's where I pretty much have mine. Bottom airflow in one row. Absolutely fabulous.
Perfect.
But the bottom airflow makes all the difference. But I've always said that with any kind of RTA, bottom airflow is still the best airflow in my opinion. But obviously it does have its flaws, you know, with leakage, etc. But it's still the best. Especially if you're a flavour chaser.
Look at those wells. Look how big that well is for your cotton.
Oh, awesome.
This should have no problem whatsoever.
You just wicked like you do with any other one. As long as you cover them holes up, you're away. Well, I'm going to quickly go to the little boy's room because I want to play me right back screen. So give me 2 shakes. There you go. Enjoy.
A 1.3 millimeter. Beautiful. All right, what are we going to set this at? We're going to try 6. Ooh, look how deep that is. Try 7, see what 7 looks like. I think that's ideal right there. I'll pull the 6 out. I'll throw that 6 millimeter into the bag, the spare bag of coils. So next time I redo the arbiter, I can toss that in there. Beautiful. So easy to set up and wick. .09. See what these coils bed into.
Oh, I love that. I love that screen. It's great. I need a haircut, by the way. My hair's gone nuts. Getting too long.
Fantastic.
Gotta see. You know,
Bedded them in. 0.14. 0.13.
Ooh. Looking good, my friend. Looking good.
It was bedded in so easily.
Where's mine? You just stick me in disposables.
Still plenty of heat coming out of that one.
Holy shit.
That is a gorgeous color on there.
Mine was a blue one. Do you want to see what it looks like naked?
Sure.
There you are. That's it naked.
Wow.
It looks pretty cool though, doesn't it?
Sure does.
Cool though, doesn't it? And it doesn't get warm either. No, being the stainless steel, it just does not get warm.
Oh, there's too much. There's too much stainless steel there to get warm. It takes so long for the heat to build up in those things. I mean, even the Titan, whenever I didn't have mesh in there, I had stock coils in there, and you're cranking the wattage. It never got hot. You'd have to chain vape that for an awful long time.
That's my Ragnar there, matey. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Look at that. Dusty reminded me, don't forget to glow them. You want me re-wicking them 3 times like the last time.
I know it's awful, isn't it? When you want to do that, you think, shit.
Al said there's another deck in there.
Yeah, there should be. Oh,
Inside.
Fuck.
Here's your... Whoops.
The mesh deck.
Wrong camera. Pull the stuff out of the box.
I can't remember which one it...
We've got the mesh deck in here. Look at that. Chimney reducer.
Yeah, that's for the... Oh, yeah. Is that for single cut? No, I can't remember what that was for.
Look at that velocity deck.
The velocity style deck, that was it. That's what it was. Yeah, you can get old school if you want. Use the velocity.
And then here's the chimney extension for the tall glass.
Yeah. Awesome, man, isn't it?
What an awesome kit.
Hey, tell you, give you the whole caboodle then, because most of that stuff you had to buy as separate when it came out.
Well, that was the one nice thing. You bought an advanced kit, and it included the mesh deck already in here. That's and right, the velocity deck.
That's right.
Gonna move the microphone.
The advanced one, or you bought them separate.
Now, on the latest kit that they just came out, the V3, you got the small box, and then all this stuff was a separate purchase in a separate box. They didn't box them all together like they did before.
Nah.
Then obviously you got a tri-tool adapter. And then another spare short glass. So, I mean, that's what I love about the Steam Crave stuff, man. When they design this stuff, this is going to outlast your lifetime. You got spare glass, multiple heights to choose from, and a spare tank, and a chimney reducer, or spare deck. Look at that.
You got everything, didn't you? How many companies now do you see do that? There's some companies don't even give you coils, man, for God's sake. You know what I mean?
You don't get coils, you don't get spare glass. There's all kinds of things nowadays. It's so wrong. And I personally love the fact that they include these cock rings.
Oh, they've always had the cock ring.
Because there's been countless times that I've been out, you know, when we were at camp and stuff, and you get a tank that's constantly falling over, and if it overhangs your mod, that's going to break.
Oh, it's top heavy, isn't it?
Yes. You need a ring that's going to fit on there. Matter of fact, I stopped in that store in Clarion and asked them, I'm like, man, you guys got any of these? Because the tank that I was trying out broke the glass on. I put the spare on. I didn't want to break it again. They looked around and they looked around and they couldn't find it. They didn't have any.
Not many people use them now anyway. Really, I've never seen anybody use one for a long time. I used to always use them.
Because it looks like shit. But yeah, I'm a practical person.
And plus, you can't see the level of your juice. You know, it blocks half the tank out. You didn't realise you're out of juice till you get a dry hit. Shit, that cock ring's in the way.
And this is going to be the first time that I cannot find
what you lost? What you lost apart from your sanity?
That ring. I bought some on Amazon. I was going to show them off, but when I rearranged everything in the office, I lost track of it.
As you do.
What an awesome setup.
Oh, that's why I like Steam Crave. You know, the quality and the things you can do. You know, it's not just a tank with one deck. You can put this deck in, you can put that deck in, you can...
I mean, this is just a little thing, but they even throw a sticker in there for you.
Exactly it. I've got a Steam Crave sticker on my box, on my vape box. I've got 3 of them. I love it, man. It's them little touches, isn't it? Them little touches make all the difference.
It sure does.
I'm a strong believer of that. Yeah, it might be a sticker, but you know, they went out their way to give you that sticker. So, you know.
They went out of their way to give you a little bit of everything. You know, plenty of spare O-rings to last you your lifetime. And shoelace cotton for your mesh decks, and it's fantastic.
I mean, I must admit, like, the shorty mode is probably better for flavour. The long mode, you're just cloud chugging. It's still good flavour, but you're just cloudy. But the shorty one's the best way you can if you want for flavour.
Listen, I'm really curious to see what the flavor's like on this one. I've heard so many good things about the Ragnar.
Oh, I'll tell you what's a good. You've wicked now. I was gonna tell you could have done a check, but it's too late now. You've wicked it.
What's that?
Because sometimes when I put the coils in, I'll drop it in and open the airflow and see if they're in line with the airflow. That's a good indicator that you're there. You're probably there. You'd probably be alright. What did you cut them at?
I originally cut one at 6, but it was literally sitting on the deck, so I cut them in 7. That gave me 1 millimeter.
Yeah.
Of spacing.
A bit more.
And I figure the spacing that you have from the side.
I think I've done a 6. Are you about there? About 6, 7. Just so you, because what I used to do when I've done it, you could like just put your deck in, open your airflow up, all of them, and if you can see your coil, you're there.
Well, let's get them dropped in. What are my pointy tweezers?
You know
right
what
in front of me.
I can tell you're so keen to use this because I've never seen you coil a wick of mod so quick. You fucking flew through that. Pissed through it.
I've heard so many good things about this. It's like...
You flew through that.
And the thing is, normally whenever, I go to place an order, it's on the back of my mind. Hey, man, if I can't see anything really interesting, this is something that I'm going to eventually end up getting. But it's just never made it to the top of the list to actually place an order.
There's very few Steam Crave products that I've never liked. Very few, if any. I say just sit that on the top of there, just block that hole, damn method, drop it on the top, jobs are good.
And there's so much room in here.
Oh, it's unbelievable, man. I think that was another thing I liked about it, was the ease of building. You pretty much kind of gone wrong. You know what I mean? You've got loads of room in your juice well, your cotton, for your cotton. Got loads of room for your coils.
I'm telling you, mate, this is the easiest tank I've ever had to throw wicking down into.
Let's say the only thing, if you want to be niggly, is maybe your coil placement, your height. That's about it. But you can correct that the next time you did. You know what I mean? If you're too high, you shut them short. If you're too low, you cut them longer. It's nout.
And the hole in the bottom of the deck is massive. Look at those tweezers coming through.
Yeah. Maximum saturation, my friend. Personally, I think it's probably the best, or one of the best Steam Crave products that's come out. It's high up there.
What am I going to put in it?
Oh, something you know, something you know be good, because then you can get the flavor out of it. Have you not got any famous punch left?
I haven't made them. I've been trying to use up a bunch of the ones that we've been mixing.
All right. What's in your arbiter?
The Capella 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe.
Give that a bash if you know it. If you think it's good in that, you can compare.
That cinnamon muffin is the one that I'm transitioning over to the Capella one. Hold on, I'm gonna go get the bottle.
The bottle.
The problem with the laugh mic.
I'm not a fan of them, really. Some people swear by them. I just can't. It could be me setting them up. I just kind of get away with them. I don't know why. Probably placement on it. Yeah, man. Lovely, lovely piece. Yeah, that's a good thought, that, Pam. Now, unbreakable glass. Definitely. Because like some glasses are some of the tanks, now sometimes when you put fruit flavors in them, they crack. I've had that happen a few times. Have you ever had that on a tank? Some tanks, when you put fruit flavors in, it cracks your glass.
No, there was a specific flavoring that caused that. I never had that experience. I've heard plenty of people talking about it, especially right on the forums.
I've had one do that before. I'd cracked a glass on, I think it was a sub-ohm tank I had. I put some juice in and it was a fruit. And the glass cracked, literally. I took 3 hits of it and I went, what the hell's that? What are you gone for? Danish swirl or you? Oh, that looks nice.
It's definitely a beautiful, flavorful vape.
Oh, it sounds nice as well.
And this is the second time I've made this bottle, so I've become quite familiar with it, and my taste buds are actually accommodated to it.
Totally off topic, you know, I was at work last week noting that there was a Greg's Bakers, so I nipped into Greg's Bakers to get some lunch, and you know what I'd spoiled myself with? They had a Halloween donut, right? It was a donut, and like the orange ice now with all the sprinkles, but in the middle of it there was a sour apple filling. Oh my God, it was out. Oh, it was out of this world. Beautiful. And I'm not really a fan of donuts.
That's what I loved about the Steam Crave. You would take and you would push your tank onto the build stand and rotate it, and you would hear that click of it dropping into place.
It's a thing that works and it's never changed, does it? It clocks straight in. Lovely. Put a dab of E-liquid over them holes. Wick better. Just dab them.
Just like my brakes, huh, mate?
Yeah. Just dab them up and that'll just help.
Just like my brakes, you don't want an airlock in there.
That's the way to do it, matey.
Because then what happens is as the liquid goes in there, it literally pushes your cotton up until it can find a place for the air to escape.
That's right, yeah. I always dab the.
And as big as it is, it's not like it's going to push it out of the opening altogether.
Oh God, no! Take some doing. Make sure to lock your juice flow off before you fill, as you'll flood the bugger.
Pulling the arbiter off.
Yep. So I'm assuming remember to lock your juice flow off before you fill it, as you'll flood it. It'll be tight, like with it being new, like, because they're all they're a bitch when they're new. They're an absolute bitch when they're new.
That's what I forgot to do.
Lube it up.
I normally disassemble and lube it, so you can adjust the airflow and stuff later.
They're really tight when new, like, definitely. Like everything in one, it. Unlubed O-rings are not good. But I mean, great. I wonder when did that come out now? How old is that? I'm gonna have to quickly check that. When did that come out? Where am I? I'm on the wrong screen. I hate that when you dual screen.
Well, before I fill it, I might as well do the prep.
I mean, it's still going pretty cheap, you know, because you can get the Aromamizer Ragnar RDTA Advanced Kit by Steam Crate for £40. That's only £40 UK. I mean, that was more than that when it came out, the Advanced Kit. You can get the basic
a lot more than that.
30 quid. Yeah. So it's still about. Just trying to see when it came out. Who's done a review? Let's have a look. Somebody's done a review on it there. 2021. That's when the Ragnar was around.
Has it really been 2 years?
2 years. 2021. You look at the quality on them, and the machining quality is just fabulous. You know, you kind of going around with steam crave. If you want quality, steam crave's the way to go, innit? Always loved them. I've still got the original first one in the box, you know. I don't want to use it.
Really?
Very first one that came out. I've got the very first one when your airflow was a rubber band. That's what the airflow was in the first one. A rubber band. Very first one.
That's what she took. It took a little bit of e-liquid there on the base.
Yeah, just to loosen it up.
Loosen it up. And now she's exactly the right tension. Fantastic.
When you think about the history of vaping, right? All your RDAs, your RTAs now are derived from steam crave. They were the first people to do it. Tuck them in. A bit more juice on them. Get them nice and saturated. Be lovely. Awesome.
And that's something you got to make sure of with the steam crave is make sure that these gets fully seated in here. That's why I love that click. Because when you feel that click, you know it's fully seated in there.
And obviously when you're wicking, if you see them slots are totally covered by your wick, you know you're good to go. Any gaps, you're gonna have leak. You're gonna have a flooded deck.
And look how beautifully that turns now.
That's awesome, man. So you'll lock it off, you'll fill it, you'll open it up, let it all drop down, lock it off and refill it, because it takes about, what, 2 ml in the bottom? Mental, man, isn't it?
And there we go, 2 rows and the bottom open.
That's fully open. That you'll be breathing through that, trust us. You'll definitely be breathing through that. Airflow is amazing. Pardon me.
And pardon me, but it's going to take a while to fill it.
Oh hell, it takes a lot of juice, like. And that's just what you got in shorty mode as well.
Yes. Because I know how long it takes.
I mean, I've got the stainless version, but I like your gunmetal version, but that's a stainless version. Anybody who's... But if you like your steam crate, boys and girls, this is the tank you should get your hands on if you already don't have it. Awesome.
I'm going to do the same thing I did with the Titan.
You've got to remember, it's the same as all the other steam crate. You can take that glass off it and use it as a dripper if you so wish to do so. You can actually use it as a dripper as well. I don't think a lot of people do that. Like, I mean, there's no point when you've got all that fucking, you know what I mean?
Like I did in my original review of the Aromizer. The purpose of that is so that if you get a brand new vapor who's been vaping for a while and they want to get in rebuildables, you don't have the confidence of being able to wick it properly, right? You're afraid of, juice flowing back in and flooding your deck and all this other stuff. With Steam Crave, you can put it into a dripper mode, not worry about it. And then once you get confident with the fact, hey man, this isn't like flooding my deck, it's cool. Then you put the tank on and you fill it and go, hey, I can actually do this. It was more about building the user's confidence than anything else.
Honestly, dripper mode, it's still pretty good. It's not too bad for the size of it. In dripper mode, the flavor's really good. But you can.
I love how the threads are on it.
But the thing is, when you drip on that, you've got no way you're going to flood it because you've got that too many little, you've got that little reservoir at the bottom that's just going to fill up with juice anyway. So you've got no worries. Look at that bad lad, man. That looks the big dog's bollocks, doesn't it?
And the nice thing about it is because of that juice flow control, you've now created a vacuum inside here.
Yeah.
So.
Have you lost 2 mil already? When you open it again, it's
I love the overhang. I'm gonna have to put this on the Titan.
Oh, that's a belt of that, mate. That's cracking that.
So it's reading 0.19. Go 70 watts to start.
Yeah, 70, 80 watts. Get it warmed up. Maybe it's still a bit cool for it, like.
Yeah, and like you said, you're breathing through it at this point. Fantastic! I cut it back to a single row. Single row of openings, 70 watts like you see.
Do single row bottom airflow. Do that.
That's what it is.
That's what it is. Single row bottom airflow. Yeah.
Bottom airflow's open, single row. It's a flavor chaser.
That's the sweet spot.
That's the biggest flavor chasing tank I've got. Well, the Titan with dual mesh coils, that's a flavor banger too.
Yeah. That was the beauty of the steam crate because of the size of them. You still got a
and the flavor's fantastic.
Flavor, yeah, you got good flavor out of them. They're still a cloud chucker. You can chuff clouds for days on them, but you're still getting good flavor out of them for the size of them. Well,
swap and drip tips.
Yeah, you can put what you want on to suit you.
That's just a more comfortable mouthfeel.
It still looks good now. Well, all I'm going to do is I'm just going to see the finger. You see that, right? I'm just going to do that. And that's another one for the I told you so. Okay?
Yes. Definitely. Thank you, Al.
Yeah, Al, you're a legend, mate. Awesome.
Very much appreciate it.
I think that one's going to be in your rotation now, without a doubt.
It is. It definitely is. This is a looser airflow than the Arbiter, but the flavor is just as much there as it is in this one. Now, granted, if I put brand new coils in this one, the flavor might be better than this, but where it sits today, this is right up there with that.
Yeah. Well, you've got to remember the difference in tank size. You know, that's a huge tank. It's giving you that flavor that's as good as an actual flavor tank. You know, a smaller flavor chasing tank. It's there pretty much, isn't it?
Here's the Blaze. Now, granted, I've got the Blaze airflow closed down halfway to crank up the flavor saturation. If I open this up, they're the same.
Really
the Blaze and the Steam Crave Ragnar are the same flavor saturation wise. Unbelievable. A tank this big.
And you only run it at a pretty low wattage considering what they can take, you know what I mean? If you had like say 0.1 coils and that, you could hit that 100 watts all day and you'd still be good.
And there's so much more airflow. I could open it up to 3 rows of airflow and crank it up to 120 watts.
Yeah, easy.
It could be a cloud comp.
Tell you, man, fantastic tank. Brilliant tank.
This is now going to be my gaming tank.
Yeah.
I put the tall chimney on here.
You'd last you all day. Or canny bit anyway.
Last me a couple of days probably.
When you put the tall chimney on, you may lose a little flavour because obviously, you know, it's got a bit further to go, but it's still pretty good.
But the difference is going to be minuscule. And the thing is, if I'm just sitting here gaming and it's just a vape I reach for once in a while, and if I put 6 in there, that'll last me 2 days easy. Might be my new camping tank.
Oh, you take that, you'll be last you all weekend. Easy. You had to fill the booth 3 times.
Here's what I got to do to make it a camping tank. Oh, naturally, I put it on upside down.
There you go. Jobs are good.
Protected the glass. If this thing falls over, not only is it protect the glass, but it protects it from firing as well because of the overhang. There's no way that button can fire. I've had that before with the arbiter on there because it sits flush. If this falls over, it'll trigger the fire momentarily. Fortunately, Wismec did a good enough job with the resistance on this button, and it hasn't worn down, that if it falls on it, it'll trigger it, but it'll stop. Once it bounces it up a little bit, it'll stay off.
Now I'll tell you, you want to stick on your Titan mod. It's a fantastic pairing. Drop it on the Titan. Brilliant.
I'm going to put her on there just to see what she looks like. But I don't have a set of batteries charged ready to go that are matched.
It just looks sexy. It looks absolutely mint. No overhang. It's sitting there deliciously.
Yes.
I normally run it on. Look at that, man. Yes, look at that, man. I normally put mine. I'll tell you what I run mine on and I'll show you. Obviously, there's no batteries because they're all on fucking charge. But I stick mine on my Hadron. Look at that. So it's like a dream on the Hadron as well. Absolutely lovely. That's what I normally run it on, the Hadron. If I'm just running about day to day. Absolutely lush. Oh,
there can only be one Steam Crave.
Yeah. Tell you, man.
And that is a beautiful pair.
Yeah. Looks the part, man. I'll tell you what it is, when you get to your campsite with that, just like tell your fire warden, you'll be chucking clouds, it's not a fire. Okay?
No. That's the nice thing about camping is the campsite doesn't care about smoke lingering in the air.
Is that a barbecue you're running there, Alex? No, I'm just vaping me fucking Ragnar.
I am one happy camper. Al Ben, thank you very much. You just made my month.
Awesome. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Well, please, Chuck, do you like it, mate? I had a feeling you would, but I'm pleased you do.
No doubt about it.
See, I'm not just a pretty face, you know. Sometimes I do know what I'm talking about, apparently.
Mate, that's why I keep saying, and I said it in the beginning when we first had our first conversation, and it's in the intro to this vlog every week. You've been doing this a lot longer than I have. There are certain things that you know that I'll never know because unless I come across the same situation that I need to know that information.
Well, this is it. But that's the beauty of having a vaping community, you know what I mean? You can pass on information to other vapers and whatever, you know, that's the beauty of it.
I love it.
But judging, like I say, as soon as I thought, when you got that, I thought, you like your airflow, and I thought, is gonna love that, because you can, if you kind of dial that into an airflow you don't like, there's something fucking wrong, because it's got so many options for you to dial that in.
Oh yeah,
so many.
Now the question is, this would probably be about $60 if I were to find it available for sale here. Which of the two would you spend $60 on, the Osiris or the Ragnar?
I would go Ragnar all day. As much as I love the Osiris, I would go Ragnar all day. Basically because of its versatility. You can do more with it. The Osiris, like I say, it's a crack. It's just a normal RTA. That's it. You've got, but with that, you've got.
It's a BMW of vaping RTA. Yeah.
Yeah. You can add decks. You can add. You can glass it. You can use it on. There's so many options with it.
And the thing I loved about Steam Crave is you could get solid extension tanks. If you worked construction and didn't want to have any glass on your tank, you could do it with Steam Crave.
Yeah, easy.
They sell stainless steel extensions that are even the right color for the tank that you bought. It's gorgeous.
It's so versatile. It's just the options of just so much more. I mean, theoretically, if you wanted a tank that would last you for whatever, you could buy one of them, because there's so much you can do with it. That's the thing. You can have a mesh deck in it.
I haven't even touched the velocity deck or the mesh deck that goes in here. You know what the mesh is going to be like in this?
Oh,
it's going to be better than the Titan.
It'll blow you away, that. The mesh deck and that. If you think the Titan's good, wait till you put it in that. Woo-hoo.
Wow.
I'm glad you like it, bud. I'm really glad you like it. Crack the
Yes.
tank.
So much so that I'm changing batteries now. Because come bedtime, I'm going to need to swap batteries again. Right? I only have so many 21700s.
But the question beckons, do you think that's the best Steam Crave tank they've brought out to date?
No question about it.
Yeah, I thought you would. I would agree with that, like. All the rest are good, but that, another level.
Where is it? I do not care for their smaller tank.
Nah.
The flavor was okay. Doesn't have enough airflow for what I like. The Supreme? I think it's more for people that like single coil but occasionally go dual coil.
I mean, I've pretty got most of the Steam Crave tanks as they've evolved, and that's the beauty of it, from that first one with the rubber band to where it is now. You can see how much they've evolved and how much research and quality control and all that they put into them, how far they've come on. You know what I mean? They came up with that idea of an RTA and they've just improved on it every time, pretty much.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? Whenever he first reached out to me and said, listen, I've got this tank, I ordered some stuff. They sent me some extra stuff, and I think that, you might enjoy this. I'd like to send it to you. I'm like, okay, fine. But I'm the kind of person, it might be my Hungarian heritage, but if somebody's going to give me something, I want to be able to give them something back. It's only fair, right? Some people say it's the Indian motto, but I mean, Europeans have always had that as a custom as well. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, whatever I have in my collection, it's yours. I don't care what it is. And he sent me an email and he's like, I'm a single coil person, something like the Blaze Solo. I'm like, okay, cool. And then I opened the Blaze Solo and I started the review on that, and I'm like, that's the best single coil RTA ever. I don't know if I could part with it because it's the best. I'm going to need it as like a basis of comparison, you know, down the road. But I'm also a pragmatist. I'm a realist. It is fantastic, but I prefer dual coil all the time. As much as I enjoy it, I'm going to send this to him for him sending me this.
Yeah. At the end of the day, though, you know they're not overpriced now. You know you can pick them up pretty cheap anyway. So I mean, you're not.
But it's also because this is so perfectly matched with what I enjoy. Would I use this if I kept it? Sure. But it wouldn't be all the time. He's going to get more enjoyment out of this because it's more in line with what he likes than what I ever would.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah. I mean, I'm not really a single coil person. I very rarely vape single coil. Very rarely. I've got single coil tanks sitting there on the shelf just gathering dust. You know what I mean? Very rarely use them.
This is one that wouldn't sit on the shelf. This was one that would stay in my rotation. However, like I said, I'm not a person that typically likes that little airflow. And the Blaze Solo gets the airflow perfect.
Yeah.
There's the perfect amount of restriction in this. But listen, as good as this one is, it's only a fair trade.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's fair. It's fair.
Thank you, sir. You made my day. It's going to be a little bit because I'm just still doing the review on it. But you'll have it before Christmas.
There you go. It's like everybody, you know, you've got your own vaping style, you know, your single coil, mouth alone, direct alone, you know. I mean, us as hobbyists and perhaps reviewers as well, we'll try everything, but we've always got our preference somewhere. It's our go-to, and I'm a dual coil man, simple as that.
That's like these disposables. Everybody hates disposables, but I'm a realist, okay? When you're out camping and stuff, you ruin this thing. I don't know how you would. It's steam crave. I got the ring on there. The glass wouldn't break. What's the worst that can happen? I need to swap the cotton out? I can go to a drugstore and buy a cotton ball and roll it and rewick it if I had to. But on the spur, like traveling from one place to the next, this would get me through a day. I wouldn't enjoy it as much. But if the vape shop has a direct-to-lung disposable, forget it. I won't even fix that till I get home. Because this is my normal vaping style and will easily get me through the weekend.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've never, I mean, in the early days, disposables, I was like, they're just a gimmick and all that bullshit. And it's like you say, it's a case of don't knock it till you try it. And I have tried them, and they're brilliant. They're really good.
And the flavor is so saturated on them.
And the thing is, I'm just so sad that they're being abused by people who shouldn't be vaping in the first place. That's the sad part of it. Because to me, they've got a place in society. They've got a place in the vaping community, whether you like them or not.
All right, I want to have a real conversation here about this. So you've come around personally on your choice of this, but you still say that kids should not use this. Right?
I'm not saying they shouldn't, but I'm saying that they've kind of dented them. They haven't done them no favors. I'm with you 100%. I would rather my kid took up vaping than smoking. I'm on the same fucking page with you with that.
Yeah.
But, you know, your country's got laws, your country's got rules. They're going to be broke. And vaping, you know yourself, it gets any opportunity, it gets attacked. It doesn't matter whether you're pro, against, any opportunity. You know, the media, they'll jump on that fucking train and they'll hammer it. And I think it's not a case of, I don't think it's a massive underage vaping problem. I think it's a minority fucking it up for the majority. Because my view on disposables, I think there's a place for them, because it's not because they're easy to use, but you've got to think, a lot of smokers now that are still smoking are die-hard smokers, right? They're aging smokers. They're probably in their 50s, probably in their 60s. They might not have the dexterity to change a coil. They might not have the dexterity to build a coil. One of them devices would be ideal for them, so they can just pick up and go. You know what I mean? To me, your die-hard smoker would have more chance of quitting picking up a disposable than what they would a rebuildable, or if something you got to keep changing coils. That's kind of where I'm looking at with disposables. And I mean, I've used them myself. No, I've been out on the road in the van. My batteries have died, or my coils have burned out. I thought, bollocks, I'll nip in a shop and I'll get a disposable to get us through the day. They've got a place, but because they're getting abused, they're getting frowned upon. And I think it's a sad thing.
Right. But I look at it from the perspective larger than just the current situation. Dr. Charles Garner has this thing where he likes to put people out there, and this happens in a lot of the college classes. Professors will give you a thought experiment. Here are the circumstances I want you to perceive as the current situation. Let's look at the teen situation that's going on, and number one, accept the fact that this is just a current fad. Okay? Forget about why it is. It's just a fad for the kids to misuse this. So we brush that aside. Don't pay attention to it, just like a toddler that's screaming in the supermarket. The more that you chastise that child, the more they're going to scream. Ignore the child, and within 5 minutes, that child's going to be quiet. Because their screaming isn't getting any attention, so the reason they're doing it isn't working, so they got to come up with something else to grab mommy's attention. And if being bad doesn't get you attention, then being good is the next thing that they're going to try. And if they're rewarded when they're good and ignored when they're bad, they stop doing what's bad because they want the attention, and they'll focus on being good. So brush aside the teen vaping situation. Looking from a tobacco control perspective, why do people start smoking? It's either circumstance like it was for me. I was working in the convenience store at 3 o'clock in the morning. I drank all the coffee I could. They didn't have energy drinks back in the day. So what was I going to do? Well, I haven't tried lighting a cigarette yet, so let me try a cigarette. I'm an adult. I can try one. What's the worst that can happen? Well, what the worst that can happen is I smoked from that point forward. And it went from 1 pack to sometimes 3 packs a day. But for most other people that start when they're underage, they steal it from their parents because they see their parents doing it every single day of their life. So for those kids, and for the kids that are troubled youth and do it to become ostentatious and get attention, even though it's negative attention because they're doing bad, they're going to do it simply because of their circumstance. So even if you're underage, let's say you're a 16-year-old, right? Mom and dad's been lifelong smokers or alcoholics or whatever the problem is. Those people are going to consume nicotine because we all know the beneficial effects of nicotine, the pleasurable effects that keep us coming back to it. It's not just an addiction. There's also a psychological addiction to the relief and the beneficial feeling of removing yourself from a situation for that smoke break and, right?
Yeah.
So for those kids, knowing the science and looking at cigarette smoke versus vapor, if they're going to do something wrong, I know what I want them to do. And you've even said that you would rather them do that. So tobacco control has been trying for decades, our entire life, to get people to stop smoking, right? The prohibitive measures don't frickin' work. So maybe we should try the alternative approach. Maybe we should legalize it for anybody. And if you're 16 years old and your parent signs off on it, which if they're smoking themselves, they're going to, let them choose the safer option so that they never ever want to smoke a combustible cigarette.
I'll get that.
You're not going to eliminate tobacco combustion by banning it and taxing it and all this other crap that they're doing. You're only going to do it if you give them a much more enjoyable option.
It's like, the thing I like, see that this is a comparison, right? If you make something legal, people lose interest. That's another thing. As a comparison, you know, drinking underage. I was going to pubs at 17-year-old. Oh, great. As soon as you reached legal age, 18, it never bothered you.
No desire.
Exactly. It's just so. To me, that's kind of a road you could go down with vape and just say, all right, we'll legalize it at 16. By the time they're 18, they're probably like, fuck it, you know, it's legal now. What the fuck? There's no desire or anti this or anti that protesty shit, you know, they're breaking rules bollocks anymore, is that?
There's no reason to act out, and there would be a bunch of people that wouldn't even try it because, well, you're not a bad person if you do this, so there's no negative. There's other things you could do to gain negative attention. This wouldn't be it.
It's just a bit of reverse, it's a bit of reverse psychology, you know, when you know it's legal, you think, well, there's no excitement in doing it anymore. You know what I mean?
And then there's no interest in it, except for the people that smoke and want to live longer.
Exactly.
And that's all it takes is taking the shine and the spotlight and moving it from the kids where they're misusing it. So you're not going to change that behavior by focusing on it. You're going to reinforce that behavior. If you change the spotlight to Granny and Grandpa that gave up smoking and that's what they see on TV all the time, kids are going to want to be like Grandma and Grandpa. Unless their parents smoke and they want to live longer and not get cancer and COPD and all that other stuff.
I mean, don't get us wrong. I mean, my parents smoked and they were still dead against me taking up the habit, you know, because obviously they knew from experience how addictive it could be and whatever. So they're always against, you know, the children. They're all a lot starting smoking. You know, that catch you smoking, I'll make you eat it and all this crap. You know what I mean? But it kind of never worked, didn't it? Because you went out to fucking go against people, didn't you? Fucking do what I want type of thing, didn't you?
Yeah, now imagine if they didn't make a big deal about it, and then the people that did it, they just ignored them.
Yeah. It's that classic one. If you tell somebody not to press that red button, they'll be itching to press that red button. You know
Exactly. I mean? But if you don't even pay attention to the red button, people are going to be like, oh, it's the red button.
Yeah. But if you highlight that big red button, I need. It's true, isn't it, though?
Especially because the science also shows that it doesn't hurt them. And when they actually use it, they get a buzz off of it like they do alcohol the first time they use it. And the ones that are going to misuse alcohol are, guess what? They're also going to be misusing tobacco products and cannabis and anything else they can get their hands on. At-risk youth are going to be at-risk youth whether you have this legal or illegal.
It's just a case of, it's just like everything else. It's regulation, you know what I mean? It's common sense, regulation. You know,
and realistic like expectations. That's the one thing I see lacking all around the globe. Unrealistic expectations.
It's some of the punishments as well. Like I say, when I was telling you about that video I watched where they fined a shop 25 quid for selling to an underage vapor, that shouldn't happen. They should be fucking fined huge amounts. You know what I mean? 25 quid. Come on. You've got to implement. If you're going to make these laws, you've got to implement them. You can't find somebody buttons for fucking selling some. It's wrong. I know, you know, the government kind of like, you can't catch everybody, you can't watch everybody, but you know, if you get that deterrent in, I've always said, right, if you catch a shop selling underage whatever, alcohol, tobacco, vapes, 10 grand fine on the fucking spot, bang, 10 grand, straight up, right, on the spot, done. You get caught again, shut them down for 6 months, shut the shop down, shut them down. And if they get caught again, shut them down and prosecute them. Simple, three step system, and it would work. And also, the thing with disposable vapes or selling vapes, there's no licensing like tobacco or alcohol. I could go online now, set up a vape shop and sell vapes and not care about anything. And I can sell them to anybody and nobody could do anything. Nothing. I don't need a license. I don't need permission. I don't need nothing. I can sit there now, set up a vape shop and sell whatever I like. And nobody could do that. And that's why all these shops are getting away with it. Because it's not regulated enough for them to fucking sit up and take notice.
Well, like you said, the first thing you need to do is create fines that actually punish them.
Yeah, you catch a shopkeeper selling alcohol to underage persons, fine the tits. You ask a shopkeeper that sells cigarettes to underage person, fine to the tits. You get a shop that sells some of your vape product underage, 25 quid. Okay, come on. Really?
And looking at it from a pragmatic solution, even if you did implement that and the shops don't sell it to underage, that's not going to stop legal age people from buying it and selling it. You're not going to eliminate the black market by legalized shops doing the right thing.
You're not going to obliterate the whole problem entirely, but it's something in it. It's a deterrent, I suppose, if anything. And it's better than...
It needs to be done because the fact that the fine right now is 28 pounds is a laughing stock.
It's a joke, because they'll make that up by selling with 6 vapes. So well, there you are, there's the money, I've just made my money back. Fucking this nout. We need to regulate, and I mean we've got regulations in place already, but we're not enforcing them. That's the problem.
But there's certain regulations you could never enforce. Your TPD requirement 2 mil capacity is bullshit.
Well, nobody agreed. Nobody takes any notice of that. I don't think there's anybody in this country that vapes 2 ml, unless it's a fucking pod system or like you say, whatever. You know what I mean? Nobody does it. The first thing you do when you buy a pod system, you go, all right, online, 4 ml tank, bang, ordered. You know what I mean? Nobody vapes fucking 2 ml. Nobody. It's bullshit. And
so why have that law?
At the end of the day, well, it's part of the EU as well, isn't it? It's part
they need to do away with that ridiculousness.
Yeah.
You want people to follow the law? Have reasonable laws.
It's a law that nobody follows. We don't follow it. Germany don't follow it. They're walking around with fucking Titans, them fuckers. They don't give a fuck about TPD. You know what I mean? Bullshit, man.
Yeah, but Germany's also right now taxing VG and PG. So you can't even DIY your own.
It's ridiculous. At the end of the day, to me, it doesn't really matter what tank size you're vaping, whether it's a 2 mil or a 5 mil. At the end of the day, when it's fucking empty, you're going to refill it. So what's the point in restricting it? You know what I mean? When it's 2 mil, you're going to refill it when you've vaped 2 mil. 5 mil, you're going to refill it when you're just going to fill it again, aren't you? So there's no fucking point. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. It just needs more enforcement of the regulations, and the need to fucking, you know, these people that's fucking selling all this, that they're not going to obliterate the fact, they're not going to get rid of it totally, but I reckon that I bet you the numbers would come down if they enforced the laws and hammered them with fines. I bet you 10 to 1 it would come down. Look, whether it's 10%, 20%, it would come down. I can guarantee you that. There's just nothing in place. There's nothing. It's just lawlessness.
Nobody would ever vote you and I into office, into political office. Because we both have common sense and would want simple solutions. Half the time we would be on there scrubbing laws, ridiculous laws off the books that don't belong on there because all they do is cause more problems than what they were intended to solve. And the other half of the problem would be simple one-page legislation to simple solutions. First off, you have to license the places that want to sell it. Anybody can sell it. £1,000 to get a license to sell it. You'll make that back in your first month. Second place, fined if you do the wrong thing. If you sell it to underage, £10,000 fine. Second time, £25,000 fine. And until you pay it, you can't be open. Third time you're shut, you're closed for business permanently, and you are now permanently blackballed from selling retail.
Yeah. Prosecute them, send them to jail. Prosecute them as well, send them to jail. You can be prosecuted for selling alcohol. You can be prosecuted for selling cigarettes. Prosecuted for selling vapes. Same thing. They want to put under that same kind of umbrella, then do the same fucking rules for it. Simple.
But then I would also look at the other end of the spectrum and look at the users, and I would not want the black market to get bigger than what it is. I want to make it smaller. So I would also legalize it for anybody over the age of 16. 16 to 18, you have to have mom and dad's signature on to purchase it. You also have to have a job and prove that you are paying for it, not your mom and dad. Period.
There's so many things you can do when you turn 16 legally in the UK. 16, you're old enough to have sex. 16, you're old enough to do what? Fucking get a motorbike. You can get a moped or something. Also, 17. Sorry, tell I 17. Say 16, 17. You're of a legal age to become responsible for whatever. Why not do it for that for vape?
If you're of legal age to operate a motor vehicle, you're legal age for everything else that needs to be an adult to do. Period.
Yeah.
If you can go and enlist in the military and die for your country, but you can't smoke a cigarette, that's the dumbest law in the books.
Well, I'm not clued up on that, but I know you could enlist in the army at 16. You could leave school and apply for the army and go straight in the army when you left school.
For me, that personally affected me because my son was in the military. He was in Afghanistan. Trump even visited him for Christmas. But Trump also signed Tobacco 21, so he was no longer allowed to consume any tobacco product. Except when he's in another country because the military follows the laws of the other country.
Well, obviously, you've got to do that, yeah. It's weird. It's a fuck on, mate, honestly. Anyway, I'm going to go to
random
the boys'
recipe and a lube break for you.
Yeah, random recipe. Let's go. Rock and roll.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time for Sherlock Holmes to tell us what we can make today. What random recipe is in line for our enjoyment today? That is so flavorful. I cannot get over a tank that massive producing flavor that good. All right, Sherlock, what can we make? What can we make? So Becky single flavor test series by Session Drummer. Strawberry Fog, My Bloody Valentine, Chocolate Mousse, Premium Raspberry, and Super Sweet. What we got in here? 3 and 3? Very simple recipe. I bet that would taste good. I've already got another raspberry one I need to finish off first. And we did this guava peach clone mix. Matter of fact, I handed it to my wife last night, and she's like, "What are you giving me all this juice for?" Meanwhile, she ran out of e-liquid, so it's like, okay, well, if you don't like this flavor, what flavor do you want? It's kind of like deciding on what you want for dinner. Mixing now. Blue Dragon, Strawberry Dreams. Mallory Gates Blue Balls. We have to give that a try. 60 Watt Guy's New York Strawberry Cheesecake was fantastic. Mojito Lemonade. That's a good one. What else we got? Something different. Take me to the circus. Cream-filled red velvet with milk chocolate strawberry frosting. Holy moly, look at that recipe. That sounds so delicious. Buttercream, strawberry banana, meringue, pastry cream, powdered donut, pudding, and red velvet cake. That's what we're going to make up today. Here's our recipe, mate.
Ooh. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
With a man of your medical knowledge, how come it when you drink a pint, you pee 3 pints? How does that work?
That's the explanation for beverages that dehydrate you. Same with my coffee every morning. I drink this much coffee and I pee out almost twice as much.
And more? Jesus.
It activates your kidneys so that your body naturally wants to get rid of more fluid than what it took in. Now, your salt intake counterbalances that and will slow that process. But if you consume the normal amount of salt and pee out the normal amount of salt, your body doesn't retain salt because it has to keep a certain amount of it in your body anyway. But in general speaking, there are certain beverages that will dehydrate you. Beer is one of them. I think how certain alcohols, when you consume them, don't dehydrate you. Like if you consume beverages with vodka added to it. You'll get the alcohol buzz from it, but it won't dehydrate you. Unless the beverage you put it in is one that's going to dehydrate you.
It's a weird thing, isn't it? The human body. It's so weird.
Yeah, but it's really not that hard to understand once you understand the fundamentals of it. You know, your basic physiology, anatomy, physiology, and then pathophysiology and how your body metabolizes things. Once you understand what all the organs are, it's like a car. You working on your car is the same as working on a body. The difference is there's different parts that you need to learn about before you actually go and work on it. But once you understand how the motor drives the transmission converts that power to your differential, which drives it to the wheels, and that makes your car go down the road. And then how do you stop it? Well, the hydraulic pressure inside your brake pedal gets transferred into the brake lines. It goes and compresses pads on your rotors that transfers to heat when you slow the car down. It's easier to understand.
I've never thought of it that way, like, because when you think about it, an engine needs to breathe and it needs to get rid of waste. Just like we need to breathe, we need
exactly
needs fuel. We need fuel we need to get rid of waste. And it's
when I was a paramedic and I became an ACLS instructor, teaching people medicine is actually really easy if you put it into terms that they can relate to. And the one lesson that you have to learn is, for nurses especially, when you learn about cardiology, you learn about how blood travels through your body. And the primary thing that you focus on is the heart, which is the pump, which is the motor of your car, right? Your heart pumps your blood and things happen along the bus route. And that's literally how I taught people. It's a bus route. You have a bus that stops in your lungs and it picks up oxygen and it drops off carbon dioxide. Then it travels to your peripheral vascular system, your hands and whatnot, and you have little cells where the bus stop gets off and trades places. Now the oxygen goes to the blood cell so it can do the work of your body and your muscles and all that other stuff. And the waste products from your muscles and your cells and your peripheral vascular system get back on the bus to be excreted by the body. So then it travels through your liver to get rid of this, and it drops it off in the lungs so that the oxygen and carbon dioxide switch places. And then all you got to remember is how the pump actually works. You have 4 chambers of your heart. One pumps it to the other one. It's like a booster. Then it travels from here to your lungs, and from your lungs back to the other side of your heart, and then back out to your body. And now you've basically learned the path of a cell of blood through your entire body. And it took me less than 5 minutes to explain it.
Heart. I want a turbocharged heart then. I want a turbo.
The big mystery of human medicine is coming out with a replacement for your heart.
Yeah. Or a supercharged heart, a supercharger, that'd be better, wouldn't it? Turbo supercharged. Yeah.
That is one piece of your anatomy that they haven't been able to replicate with technology. Yeah, you can go on bypass machines for short-term surgeries, but not for anything long-term. Because your body relies on that pumping pressure, the way that the system is designed. You have valves throughout all your blood vessels, your veins and your arteries, that control that pressure and keep it going one direction. Unless you get to be like me, where the valves go bad between your deep and your peripheral vascular system, and that's what causes peripheral vascular disease in your legs, and why your legs stay blue when they should be nice and pink like the rest of your body.
Yeah, clever stuff. William Dobson said, try having diabetes, you pee like it's an Olympic sport and should win gold. Unfortunately, I'm not that far down the line yet, thankfully. But yeah, an update. When I went back to me docs, when they done the blood tests on me uric acid levels, they've upped me dose to 300 milligrams of that allopurinol.
Allopurinol.
Because me levels were 355 apparently. When you
Still
should be
high.
about 300 apparently. Yeah, I reckon it should be about 300. But I'm hitting 355. But I mean, I told them since I've been on this medication, I've never ever had gout since. So, is there any point in upping the levels of the medication?
Because they have normals that they think you should be at, where you will never have another gout attack, and that's not true either. Once you have the disease, you have the disease. You're just simply treating the symptom of the disease. The solution that most modern medicine doesn't actually do is fix the cause of your problem. Your problem is that your body isn't excreting the uric acid like normal person body does. So that means, your liver and your kidneys aren't up to par.
Well, I must admit they've been abused over the years, as we all
Let
do.
alone the fact as you get older, parts break down and things don't work as good as they used to. And
I mean, I've always had a very high metabolism, so I've always healed quickly. I've always recovered quickly. But as you say, as you age, all that shit slows down, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to switch to headphones. My battery's died on me fucking doodah. Bear with us. I'll get into me doodah and switch it over.
All right, first thing we're going to do is we're going to up this to a 60 mil. And I think I'm going to keep that at a 6.
Turn A3
and says sweeten to taste.
Remove device selection.
We'll try it 0.5% because that seems to have worked with the other Wonder Flavor stuff I've made.
There you go. I'm about to switch to headphones because my battery's died on my earpiece. Tell you what it is, mate. You sound awesome through headphones, like.
Well, I'm using my old microphone that I truly love.
Oh, It's deep and rich, probably a little bit bassy, but I think that's just the headphones because
that's because I'm only this far away from the microphone, so you're getting the proximity effect of it.
These are very bassy anyway. So now for that.
They tell you to be 8 to 10 inches away to avoid the proximity effect because you can get really intimate when you get close to the microphone.
God, I'm miles away from mine. I'll tell you where I am. There. I'm arm's length from mine at the moment. So far I am from mine.
That's like the thing with the lapel mics.
But if I do this, I sound sexy.
That's definitely a full, rich sound. There's no question about that. That's like with your lapel microphone. You need to have it above the nipple line, but below the shoulder line. And the problem with lapel mics is you pick up the room and the person talking.
Yeah.
Bass frequencies resonate and fill up the whole thing. High frequencies are directional. So you need to compensate your EQ to the fact you're using a lapel mic.
I watched a video once on like a sound guy, and he was talking about lapels, and he was telling like a lot of people position them totally fucking wrong. That's why they sound shit. But he used to say when he's doing actors, he actually lifts them up and he tapes it to about there, just in between you. He actually tapes it to that chest between the breastbone, like you say, just above the nipple line. And he says even when he covers it up, you can't hear the clothes rattling because he's got it positioned that right. You know what I mean?
And there's different things that you can do to use that if you're going to be, trying to be like an actor, an actress. And if you had a button-up shirt, you could literally bring it right through a buttonhole and post it there. But you need to have yourself some tape that is basically skin-colored dots that you use to attach it in place. You also need to have yourself these spongy little things that you can put the microphone into, and this insulates it so you don't get any clothing ruffle noise.
Yeah. It's like them sound muffs you put on the minute, something like that kind of thing. Yeah.
And then you've got the sound muffs that you can use if you're outside to keep it from letting the wind make noise you don't want to hear.
Clever stuff.
But the problem with lapel microphones is you need to gain stage that perfectly. You want it to come to -12 whenever they are at their loudest. If they're yelling at something, you need to hit it -12 because anything higher than that, there's a good chance you're going to clip.
Yeah.
And then everything's done post-processing. Trying to use a lapel mic live, man, is that a pain in the wazoo. Professional sound engineers need to work for years before they get really good at it. And there's certain tips and tricks that they keep to themselves and don't tell anybody.
Yeah. I mean, you see a lot like on your TV programs where they've got like a lapel click down here and, they sound perfect and they're talking normal. So you think,
but those are also being run through soundboards that automatically do the compression and the EQing to get that one to sound as natural as possible. That way they can take that off of this person and put it on that person and put it on that person and never touch anything. Once it's set up, they don't ever touch it.
Yeah, it's pretty much like you say, they'll be going to a soundboard like, I don't know, like at a live concert, you've got the guys at the back who's in charge of all the soundboards. It'd be a similar scenario, won't it, with TV broadcasting? We don't hear the shit, they just make it nice. It's probably sound shit, but they just polish it.
Well, that's like this one. People go out and they spend thousands of dollars on microphones and go, it still doesn't sound good. Well, you're not processing your audio.
Yeah.
There's no microphone that's going to make you sound like Elvis Presley. But there's a bunch of plugins that I can make you sound as good as him.
Definitely. Or wait, look at the singers now. Auto-tune. Fucking hell, where is that not cheating like?
It is cheating.
You know what I mean?
There is nobody that can sing a cappella and sound perfect because our expectations are now so unrealistic because all music is digitally auto-tuned to the beat.
Yeah.
Resonance, reverb over the whole thing. It's all layered and textured and made to sound glorious.
That's a big giveaway. That's a big giveaway because when you listen to somebody, a singer, for example, or an artist who is recorded and they sound good, When you go to see them live and they still sound that good, then you know they've got a talent. That's the difference.
Yes.
And I'll tell you
That's
who
one
was
of
a
the
big
reasons
one for
why I
me.
truly love Chris Stapleton. He's one of those people that got his music career started at bars, constantly singing at bars every single week, singing at county fairs and festivals. When you're poor, if you sing, you can't afford all those high-tech soundboards to be perfect. So what happens is as you get better and better and you start making more and more money, then you start buying these boards and it makes you who are already fantastic sound perfect.
I mean, there's not many live artists I've seen that sound as good as they do allegedly recorded, but I mean, a big one for me was Tina Turner. She was fantastic live.
Oh, yes.
What a voice she had. She was awesome. And another one I seen, which you will know where, you know, he's from your part of the world, was Bruce Springsteen, the boss.
Oh, yeah. The boss is always good.
Amazing, lad. He's amazing.
Here's a
Not
married
just his
couple.
singing.
One is horrible and one is like an angel.
Yeah.
Tim McGraw and Faith Hill. Tim McGraw can't sing to save his ass from a hole in the ground without auto-tune and special effects and special gear and special microphones. Faith Hill, she could stand anywhere and sound like an angel.
Yeah. You're born with it. It's simple as that at the end of the day. You can do it or you can't. But yeah, I mean, Queen, I've seen Queen live, and as much as I like them, he just didn't quite sound right live in a normal
not going to.
situation. But when they're done live here at Wembley, they were fucking out this world. You know what I mean?
And the difference is the reverb in the arena where they played.
Yeah, without a doubt.
The
David
strawberry
Bowie
on
was
this is so fragrant, but I'm not getting any banana.
No banana.
This is supposed to be a buttercream, strawberry banana buttercream.
Oh.
I get the sweet aspects of a buttercream. 0.9 grams, 1.5%.
It looked quite a good, nice recipe, this, like. Oh, shit. I need to refresh your YouTube because it's froze for whatever reason.
Yeah, mine's freezing on my
yeah.
computer as well.
Yeah, just refresh it, you're back up to scratch.
Meringue. No scent whatsoever. None. Mm-mm.
Touched on the singing thing, I think the artists of the older days were the true artists because their voices were fantastic.
They had to be. It might take them 12 takes to record a song that they chopped up and took the best out of all of them to make the actual song you heard. But they had to be good to get to the point where somebody would be willing to do that.
Classic track for me, right? And there's a live version of it. You can see it anywhere you like on YouTube, right? Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brothers. What a voice that guy had. Wow. That was out of this fucking I thought, you know, the high note she was hitting, I thought that it wasn't like you could do it naturally. What a singer. Jesus Christ. You don't see many of that now. Yeah, we're kind of in a bit of mourning in my part of the world, mate. We're mourning the loss of a Northeast legend.
Who's that?
Sir Bobby Robson, famous Manchester United football player. He's from Ashton, up in the northeast of England. He passed away Saturday, I believe it was.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Fantastic footballer. He won it. He was in the 66 World Cup squad, I believe. So he's a World Cup winner. But there was two of them. There was Bobby Robson and Bobby Robson. I'm thinking the other legend. There was Bobby Charlton. There was Jackie Charlton. They were brothers, and they both played football, and they were pretty good footballers for that era. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's passed away. What? I think he was 80 something.
Isn't it amazing how there's so many families out there that have brothers that play sports and they both end up becoming professional sports?
The Northeast has produced a lot of good professionals on a range of sports, on the arts, music, you know, Sting, Dire Straits, all from up here, Northeast.
I'm excited to try this one.
Ooh, pudding. Oh, that looks nice.
Milk chocolate pudding.
That'd be good on its own, that.
It's got that traditional chocolate smell to it. It's a lot more concentrated than even double chocolate from TPA.
Is it a milk chocolate or a dark? What would you say?
Milk
chocolate? Yeah.
And it's got that buttery cocoa butter smell to it.
Ooh, I'll tell you what it is. I would flavor test her on its own. It sounds gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
There's not many good chocolates out there.
What I think is pretty interesting is this recipe, the primary ingredient in it is powdered donut at 3%. The rest of these are just accents.
Chocolate donut. Oh, my mouth's watering already. My better half guy's mad, you know, after we've done this live, you know, because I'm fucking starving. She goes, what's the matter with you? I said, oh, we've been talking chocolate butter creams and fucking vanilla swirls and all that. So I'm fucking clamming.
Red velvet cake.
Oh, what? Red velvet cake? Wow.
1.2.
There's some good flavors there that you would vape on their own gun in that one.
Yes. So I can't imagine what the combination of all these together is going to be like. I'm kind of wondering, should I have made 120 instead of 60?
Oh, yeah.
Cameron Hancock, hello and welcome to the stream.
Well done. Welcome, Cameron. See, that's the thing I like about the show, you know. We must be the longest streaming live show on the internet, you know that. We can have that title.
Yeah, consistently going 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
Without blinking an eye.
Yeah, everybody else is an hour.
And the thing is, you know, if people only want to watch the news, they can come and watch the first part of our show anytime they want. They only want to do mixing. You know, I put timestamps in it 24 hours after the stream's over. So if you only want to do the mixing, you can come in, just watch the mixing and see what our impressions are of these. And
that's the beauty of it, mate, because we'll cover that many topics. There's a bit of everything for everybody when you think about it.
If all you want to see is some cheesy dad jokes every week, you can come every week for that too.
Yeah. Oh, the fucking cheesy's the right word on that one, mate. I'll tell you, Jesus Christ, you were scraping the barrel this week. My God.
Listen, I've told you, man, if you got jokes, you want to see them on here, put them in the Discord, put them on the Facebook. William Dobson's the only one that is religiously contributing to the dad jokes.
I'm surprised Ian Thomas is not into that, because he was pretty much into that when I was doing my lives. Some of his stuff he was coming out with was fantastic when I used to do the memes, and they were bad.
Mate, Paul was right. Wafting this right after you mix it, this is going to be a red velvet chocolate cake.
Really?
A red velvet cake with chocolate frosting. I can smell it.
Oh, sounds nice.
The only thing I might have to adjust in there is the super sweet. Is it going to be sweet enough?
That's down to taste as well, I suppose. If you like it really sweet and sickly, you just pump it in, didn't you?
To a certain extent it is, but there's also certain flavorings that need the sweetness to make that flavor what you expect it to be. And then there's other ones that you need the absence of sweetness to accentuate the acidic portions of that flavoring.
Hey, no, William, no. William Dobson, if you want me to slow down, give others a chance, let me know. No, mate, you crack on. You fucking crack on, mate. Everybody can get in there. Don't worry about that.
Time to recant another bottle of our secret sauce, mate.
Trust us, William. Everything you do, absolutely love it, mate. Absolutely love it.
That's why I'm put those commands out there for you guys to be able to do. It's an interactive show. Feel free to contribute as much or as little as you want to make the show what it is.
Cameron has commented PUR or Pure, whatever we want to call it.
Purellum is the brand.
It makes everything sweet and doesn't make the flavors fade. Yeah.
Yep.
Whatever, yeah, man. Whatever rocks your boat.
I used to go through the Capella Super Sweet, a bottle of this, every 6 to 9 months. But since I found the Purellum and the fact that the Purellum is $8 a bottle versus $12 a bottle, and it is even better than Capella.
Really? Wow.
I don't think there's that much difference in them. I mean, the recipe that they use to make it.
See, that's another thing I was going to ask you. Do you not think some mixers kind of like promote a lot of manufacturers as well? When you think of super sweet, the first thing you think of is Capella, because everybody goes Capella. You know what I mean?
Well, not anymore. Now that Purellum is $4 cheaper, that's what, 25% cheaper than Capella. Capella's going to fall out of favor, except for those that religiously use a single brand for, that's what they've always used, so they're not going to switch. But if you try it and swap it recipe for recipe, I don't think there's any difference between the two of them.
Like, a lot of mixers will stick to them brands religiously because that's what they've used, you know what I mean? So they kind of promote them more, if you know what I mean?
Close enough.
So, do you think that'll be a steep, or do you think it'll be a ready to vape?
Oh, it's definitely going to take 48 hours.
Yeah.
Because of the cake aspect to it. I think it is going to be pretty damn close on the shake. But
damn.
I'm going to have to order some more VG. Down to a liter.
I need to stock up as well. My secret sauce is practically empty. I need some more. Yeah, I need some more VG. That's what I'm down to, my VG. Very little left of that. I got some more of that.
Buy it by the gallon, mate. It's cheaper. Doesn't go bad. Not in the time you use it.
Nah, I keep saying that, and then I just get that.
If you only want to buy a quart of PG, so be it. Because you really don't need that much of it. You don't go through that much of it. But your vegetable glycerin, that's the base for all of it.
To be honest, I don't mix that much, to be honest. I should. I'm terrible. I think, you know what it is? When I go on a site with flavors, I just brain fart. I think, well, what are you on here for? What are you looking for? And then it just guns. You know what I mean? What I need to do, it's there in the head. I need to look at a recipe, get the ingredients, do that recipe, and make it. But when I get on the site, I just gone. I think it's
open up Notepad and write up the list of just the flavorings you need for the Prince or the King.
I think
those are your favorites.
I think not so much as the flavors, it's the different manufacturers of flavors. You know what I mean? Like you get Capella, you can get this, you can get that, you can get that, who do all the same flavor. So obviously you go to the recipe, I get that. But that's the minefield when you say, oh well, I want to say a strawberry.
The brands do matter.
strawberry right.
Because
Yeah, you've got a
TPA,
strawberry right. You've got
strawberry
that. Yeah.
sweet, and Capella strawberry sweet are different.
That's the confusion part when you think, well, do I get that one? Do I get that one? And
When you single flavor test them, they will both be a sweet strawberry. Okay.
Yeah.
And one might be 7% to give you the same as the other one might be 8%, and then 1% of super sweet. Just those two ingredients, single flavor tested. You could vape them, and they would be a sweet strawberry vape. Period.
Yeah.
But they don't mix the same with other ingredients. So when you get a recipe, buy the exact ingredients in that recipe. Don't swap anything out.
The exact same manufacturer.
Exact same manufacturer and flavor, and mix it up the way you want. Once you mix it up, you could feel free to tweak it to your liking. You want to have a little less strawberry, you want to feel more of this or that, by all means. But with flavorings, you can only push it so much. And it just takes the experience of actually trying it once and see if it works. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, it might actually ruin the recipe. I've done that before where I'm like, man, this chocolate is missing in here. I can't get this chocolate flavor everybody says you get out of it. Let me bump up the chocolate. And all of a sudden, I had no chocolate in it whatsoever. It didn't taste like chocolate. Matter of fact, it just ruined the recipe. And it's like, all right, let me go back in there with the recipe it was. Then it's like, okay, well, let me swap out Wonder Flavors double chocolate for this. Or Mullenberry's, Glamour chocolate. Let me swap that chocolate out for this. Okay, let me mix it with the double chocolate from TPA and put a little bit of Mullenberry's double chocolate in there. See if it accentuates it. And then eventually you can get it to the point where that's your all-day vape.
Yeah.
But
that's like I said, I think that's the confusing part, brands and stuff. You can get a flavor and there's brands and different brands and all that. And you're like, would it make a difference about this brand? Would it make a difference about that brand? And obviously it does, in some cases.
Well, see, this particular one, I truly love this one because, where is it? It's not chat. There. I truly love this one because this came out, Wonder Flavors introduced a bunch of new flavors, right? And Bull City Flavors lets you order all the new flavors as little tiny bottles, but every single brand new flavor that Wonder Flavor just came out is included in that one price. And it was like, I forget what it was, $28 or something. And you got 16 new flavors or something for $28. Wow. That gives you a chance to, add 16 flavors to your thing. You may like all of them. You may like half a dozen of them. But for $28, I mean, you would go and spend that on a single bottle of e-liquid in here in the United States. Yeah, okay, in the States, in UK, it might be 5 bottles you could pick up for that. But once you get these in your flavorings and you go, I really like this. Oh, the red velvet is really good. Ooh, this powdered donut actually is a powdered donut. I could single flavor vape that, and that's all I would need. And next week I'll switch it up and I'll add the chocolate to it, the chocolate frosting.
You're right what you say because, you can get commercial liquids very cheaply over here. So when you think, well, do I spend £5 getting a juice? Or 30 quid on flavors, there's that kind of conundrum that hits you as well, you know what I mean?
It does, until you start reading things like this. Robert Harvey, he's one of the thumbnails that we have in there, right? That we have in the beginning about vaping empowered him to quit smoking. I have never bothered about reducing my nicotine as I was happy to keep using 18 milligram in open systems, thinking vaping here is safe. He's obviously in the UK. Don't like to make my own as I don't want to have high concentration nic in the house. But now I'm starting to worry that this disposable ban is just a thin edge of the knife here in the UK, especially as they are also talking about banning some flavors. I fear the £1 for 10 mil I pay now may even go away, and some other liquids being £4 to £6 for 10 mils, I will not be able to afford to continue vaping, especially as I retire next August. And money will be tight for sure. Don't know if I would trust to use illicit vapes for safety. That would likely be a lot more costly than £6 for 10 mils even.
Royce hit the nail on the head. Bang on.
Exactly. You just don't know what the future holds. So keep an open mind, even if you have no intention of mixing your own recipes. As long as you can go to the store and pick it up, even for £10, you're going to pay the £10. get to 120 mils or whatever, the 60 mils, and you're going to vape it. But you're not afraid of it like you were when we first started doing the show.
Oh, no, I'll gladly have a go. Not a problem. Not a problem. But again, I'm looking at the pros. I mean, like I say, when I got that gift box of flavors and the gift box of you, I'm only just running low now, and that's nearly a year. That stuff's lasted me nearly a year. And you're like, the economy, you know what I mean? It's lasted you all that time. And you're thinking, how many bottles of juice would you have bought in that year?
Yeah.
So, it's two sides of the coin, isn't it? You know what I mean? All right, you may be able to buy juice cheap, but are you going to buy, say 20 quid a month on juice or whatever, or 3 quid a month on mixing your own? It's awesome, man. And there is lots of online people that do concentrate, like I say. I think of me when I get on and I see all this shit, and I think I'm in a fucking minefield here. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, what do I get?
Listen, mate.
What do I do?
If you get a recipe for, a vanilla custard, when you go to the store, are you going to go to the store and buy exactly what the recipe tells you to buy? Or are you going to buy, imitation vanilla and powdered eggs and instant milk? Or are you going to buy double cream, actual sticks of butter, and really real vanilla extract? If you want what the recipe calls for, and you want to experience what that actually tastes like, you have to use the original ingredients in that recipe.
I guess it's kind of a convenience and it's ease, being lazy twat. You know what I mean? It's like disposable.
We all are.
You buy them because you just ease it. You take the easy route, didn't you?
For me, my vaping journey was, first off, I wanted to quit smoking. Once I quit smoking and I realized, hey man, I can order stuff online instead of paying $30 for a bottle at the vape shop. I could buy this online for $12, even if I got to pay the extra tax and the signature fee and all this other stuff. $12 still beats $30. And then once I got this, I was like, I ordered so many flavors I didn't like. I'm like, what am I going to do with the rest of this bottle? Tropical Blast, mango. I don't like it. My wife doesn't like it. Now what do I do with it?
Yeah.
I'm not going to waste it. It sits here. This is 3 years old.
I've done that many times. I've just chucked them. I've bit the bullet, thought I don't like it, bin it.
So then I'm like, okay, you know what? When I first quit smoking, my thing was, whatever we would normally spend on cigarettes, I'm now going to spend on vaping. Whether it be cameras or microphones for this channel and, mods and tanks to review. And then it became flavors, because it's like, why am I going to pay $12 for something I can make for $3? So I'm exclusively vaping my own liquids now.
I can understand it in your part of the world where, like the vaping is shit, and it is cheaper to make your own. I get that 100%. But while it's
if I could buy this for £5, I wouldn't have gotten into DIY.
Yeah, that's the thing in the UK.
There's no reason to.
You can buy juices pretty. I mean, there were cheap juices where you could get like 4 for like £15 at 120 ml. It's so easy to do. And the thing I found, what I'm doing, I mean, it's kind of mixing, but it isn't mixing. When I buy a commercial juice, I'll have a couple of drops of super sweet in.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I do. I'll vape maybe as a tank and gone, bit sweet now. And then I would probably buy more super sweet than what I would flavors.
Mate, I'm waiting for you to order, or stop by a shop and pick up a bottle of some custard and go, man, that just tastes like a harsh vanilla custard. I don't like it.
Oh, I've been there and done that many times.
Now you have a new flavor to use as a single flavor ingredient. Let's take this custard. I'm going to fill half a bottle up with it, and I'm going to take and put some super sweet in there. I'm going to add some kind of mixed fruits in there. and top the rest of it off, making a 60 ml bottle recipe and adding it to 60 mils of this and go, now I made it vapeable.
Yeah.
I don't have to bin it.
I'm kind of there with the super sweet, like I say, like with them custards that Vic does. Do you guys know they're okay? But for me, a custard is a sweet dessert. It's not a vanilla dessert, and that's where the super sweet came in. Like
even the stuff I sent you that already had, I think 7.75. Yeah. No, it was 1% super sweet. You still added more to it.
Oh yeah,
but there are a lot of harsh flavors in there that take time to develop, and even when they fully develop, to take that harshness off, you can either add smooth or you can add super sweet. If you don't want it sweeter, you can put smooth in there to tame the harshness. Otherwise,
I'm a big fan of super sweet now. Like you've got as well hooked on that. Like
you aren't the only one. There's a lot of people out there that say there's a lot of shit juice that's being commercially sold, right? And the only reason they're good to vape is because even though it's a bad recipe, they just crank the sweetener in there. They push that super sweet at 2% or 3%. They're coil killers, but everybody loves to vape them because they taste fantastic. And it's actually a shit recipe. If you put the normal 0.5% super sweet in there, it might taste like garbage because it's actually a bad recipe.
I'll tell you what I've been vaping on recently, right? Because I've left this, right? I've really left it, right? But this was... I'll tell you what, I'll ask you if you can guess when you made it, right? I'm going to cover it up. If I can cover that bit up. Can you say that?
Oh, I did not like that. I mixed that live on Wendy Vape's show because she has this milky BK base. I didn't have half the ingredients that she had for her recipe, so I substituted out other brands and made that, and I still didn't like it. I mean, it wasn't horrible, but for me, I can't imagine taking a milkshake and putting blueberry slushy into the milkshake and enjoying that. It just,
you made that
a clashy combination.
10th of the 3rd, 2022. I tell you what, it is not bad. It's not bad.
So you said?
It's a steep time as well, mate. Honestly, I opened that the other day, and that's how much I've vaped out of it straight away. Gone.
There's been lots of recipes that I mixed up and I tried them a month later and 3 months later, and they sat in the box. Little 30 ml bottles. I got a bunch of them, right? Probably 40 or 50 of them. And every once in a while, I'll pull one out and I'll put it in the tank and go, oh, this don't taste that bad. I hated it when I first did it. I look at my notes. I'm like, it didn't taste anything like what it's supposed to taste like.
Honestly, to be honest, I totally forgot about it. To be honest, I thought I'd used all the bottles. And then when I went in the other day I think I was hunting for me super sweet. And I went, fucking hell, I haven't tried this one yet. And it was sitting there. I thought, I looked at the date, I said, that's well steep, that. And like I said, I put it in an RDA. I've been dripping in an RDA, and it's like, it's all right. It's all right. It's not shit, but it's all right. You know, I quite actually like it. You know, it's out of my comfort zone, shall we say? But you know what I mean.
It's out of most people's comfort zone. I wouldn't go to Burger King and actually order one because the combination in my brain of blue slushy and ice cream, it just no.
Yeah, you can kind of get that, but you know, it's when you persevere, you think, not too
it's
bad.
Not half bad.
Not too bad. Not that half bad, mate.
Yeah.
But again, it's a steep time as well makes all the difference. I mean, without a doubt. Especially with custards and stuff like that, or anything with creams, you know. I mean,
there's lots of recipes out there. You need to let them sit 6 months before they actually become really enjoyable vape.
That's been sitting for 3 months. That's a candy cane. Oh, hell's bells. I popped that open the other day. I went, my God, that's good.
That's fantastic. I'm looking forward to this one. The white chocolate peppermint we made.
The gingerbread.
Oh, I love the gingerbread. Mine's gone. I vaped all of that.
I opened that 3 days ago. It's kind of like down there now.
White chocolate peppermint getting ready for Christmas.
I mean, I think part of my beef with the mixing is sometimes I haven't got the patience for steeping. I think that's what kind of killed us off the first time I tried it. The steep time.
I think it's time to finally try it.
Oh, what's that? Come on, focus, you bitch. There you go. Blue balls.
Mallory Gates blue balls recipe.
Oh, yes. I remember that.
I need to get some Muji cotton out and throw it into the Bushido. We'll give this a shot.
Blue balls.
Nothing like some old Muji cotton.
Oh, it can't be, mate.
It's so reliable.
It works every time, mate. It works every time. But just before you do that, while you wake up, I am going to wee.
Done. Nothing fancy, but it works. Throw some liquid on there. Here's our DNA reference mod. I haven't seen you in a little while. I remember when I first ordered this thing, the web page that had these things, these were originally manufactured for university scientific studies. And they were like, this is the ugliest mod you will ever own, but she works better than any mod you'll ever own. And it's a sealed battery. It's soldered on there. And in fact, I actually had to do an RMA on this one because it went bad. But I actually quite like it. Simple. New resistance, yes. 0.39 ohms, 45 watts. I like it. It's a very simple recipe. Not so much recipe, but flavor profile. It's a candied blueberry without being too sweet. I much like it. 60 Wackeye, hello and welcome. Cameron Hancock, hello and welcome. Apathy Miller and Sean Lynch, hello and welcome. All right, mate. Mallory Gates Blue Balls is a simple candied blueberry.
Oh, my time, just in time for the taste, Nama.
It's a very simple recipe. Single layer, just blueberry candy.
Yeah.
It's not overly sweet. I could see this as something I would want to do every once in a while, but there's only times you can listen to a solo. Music is always more enjoyable if there's layers, and e-liquid recipes are the same. You need to at least have a contrasting set of flavors. You know, something on the inhale that's different than something on the exhale. And the transition that goes from one to the other. Yeah, it's more like a blueberry candy that you would pop in your mouth.
Yeah.
And it isn't like overly pungent on the flavoring either. It's a very enjoyable vape. There's no reason not to, you know, finish off that whole bottle. Is there anything that I could do to it to make it more enjoyable? I'm not getting the peach. There says that there's peach and raspberry in this one. Ooh. And the peach is in there at 8%. I think it's not sat long enough. I've noticed that with TPA's Juicy Peach. You need to let it sit for a while. Dusty says that Blue Dragon by J-Bits is great. He says that he's vaped at least 400 mils of it this year.
Holy fuck.
Well, let's take a look at this recipe. There you go. There's the recipe. Blue Dragon, J-Bits. Bavarian Cream, Blueberry Wild by TPA. I don't have that one. At 10%. Wow.
Wow.
Dragon fruit is a great complementary or accent flavor to broaden the palate of that blueberry. Vanilla swirl. Wow. I'm going to have to order that. No, wait a minute. It says I can make it. I have Blueberry Wild. All right, man. We're making another recipe.
Go for it, mate.
Yes, I do have it. I haven't even tried this Blueberry Wild yet from TPA. All right, so I need Bavarian Cream and Dragon Fruit and Vanilla Swirl. All right, Bavarian Cream, Blueberry Wild, Dragon Fruit, Vanilla Swirl, and Super Sweet.
Ooh.
And guess what? I'm out of 60 ml bottles.
Apathy Miller has commonly put up a tasty caramel ice cream cone with roasted nuts yesterday. Sounds nice.
That sounds fantastic. Okay, we're making 120 mils of this. Dusty says it's really good. He's had 400 mils himself. We're going to make 120. Super sweet. We're going to need to add some super sweet. Yep, 0.5% already in there. We're good to go. There's our recipe.
Blue Dragon. Looks interesting.
What's even more interesting is
fucking batteries.
secret sauce.
Can't deal with no battery charger, like. Really doing my napper in, mate. Fucking no batteries. There's a lesson for you boys and girls. There's a lesson. Buy yourself a mech. A small mech, a cheap little mech. Because when your batteries fuck up, your batteries last forever in a mech. Trust us. This is what I'm down to because I've got no fucking batteries. A single battery mech. What a useless twat.
And the reason why I love syringes, I did not decant another bottle since I ran out. So I was able to use a nice big fat syringe and just nick up this bottle.
I'll just think it's your medical background as well. You just got a thing with syringes.
I have used my fair share of them, let me tell you.
I think it's a trip down memory lane for you, you know what I mean? Get that syringe out.
That's a possibility. I hadn't considered that. There you go.
Yeah, when you've jabbed a syringe full of adrenaline, some bugger's arm who's got a cardiac arrest or something, then with the DSF, boof, get in.
Yep, epi and atropine. Your greatest friend in the cardiac arrest.
Bet it is now. Jesus.
All right. Good old Bavarian cream.
I like that stuff, you know. I love that stuff. What's it like on its own? Have you flavor tested on its own before?
You got to bump the super sweet in there.
Aye.
And you got to leave it sit.
Well,
come back a month later, 1% of super sweet. This, I think, was like 6.5%, 7%. And just let it sit.
It just sounds, it's just that name, Bavarian. It just sounds so good, doesn't it?
But it's very much like Mallard Gates Blue Balls. It's a singular flavor. It's just Bavarian cream. No donut, no texture to it, no contrasting flavors, no accentuating flavors. Just a singular flavor profile.
Wow.
For certain things, it works perfect, like orange. You take flavors orange, 7% of that, 0.5% super sweet, 1% if you want it to be more like a cola. Perfect. Single flavor, orange crush vape. Have a nice day.
Lovely.
Doesn't work so much with this.
Nice color.
3 grams of that. 12 grams of this. I think it's pretty high, 10%. There's only one flavor that I pushed higher than that, and that was that whipped cream, SSA whipped cream. And that's only because of Nevin's statement that he made on that recipe.
It's a lot, like 10%, but you'd see it. The recipe's a recipe, innit?
I could smell it from here, man.
Not good.
That blueberry's there. Use 1/3 of a bottle of it.
Wow. You must like that one.
I could smell it. I mean, from here, just add it to the bottle. The other one's capped. I could definitely get a beautiful blueberry scent. Like if you walked into a bake shop and they were making blueberry muffins, that's exactly what it smells like already. Little dragon fruit in there. 3.69, 3%.
Where the hell are we?
2.52 vanilla swirl. Vanilla swirl is a great
swirl.
accent flavor to add to just about any cream, custard, donut, whatever you want.
Vanilla swirl, man. God.
You can overdo it though and get that really astringent vanilla note. But as an accent, it actually has some coffee hints and notes to it. Fragrances. This and coffee by itself is a fantastic cappuccino. Doesn't really have a whole lot of body to it, and it's just 2 notes, but I've done it before. You go, 2.52. 0.64 of super sweet.
Whereabouts is the 60 watt guy? Are you UK or USA? Where are you? Give us a shout out where you are, bud. Is he USA a 60 watt guy or is he UK?
I thought it was in the UK or Europe.
Netherlands. He's Netherlands, Europe. It's just that I've got a... He's hunting for a good RDA. And if you bear with us about...
The forefront flavor, and this is definitely the blueberry. Oh, that's going to be a fantastic vape. My wife actually might steal this one. This might be one that she and I both like.
It's just, I think he's on the hunt for an RDA, and like, he's talking about price-wise, but if I can share my screen. This guy here, mate, I mean, that's the 30 mil, but you can, the smaller one. This RDA for $37.99, that's probably UK. I don't know what it'll cost in Europe, but if you're after an RDA for around the 30-40 pound mark, I highly recommend the Valhalla Mini, because I've got that sitting. That guy is sitting on if you bear with us, I'll get myself back. That's what I've got sitting on this guy. And I'll tell you what it is, if you want flavor and clouds, this thing is absolutely phenomenal. Awesome. So I don't know what it'll cost in the EU or Europe, but for 30-40 English pounds, it's worth every penny, mate. Every penny. It's outstanding RDA. You was talking about the Turk too. I've heard of it, but I've heard it's just like a run-of-the-mill RDA. You know, it's no great and there's no bad about it. You know what I mean? It's like a mediocre. Honestly, maybe if you can get your hands on one of them, just get the mini. They're absolutely out this world, flavor-wise. I love it. Absolutely love it. At the moment.
All right, Dusty, how long of a steep do we need for this Blue Dragon?
That's the one I'm talking about. Apathy. Yeah, you're right. The 25 one. That's the little one there. So it could be cheaper again. That's what that one is. The 25. My apologies. Yeah, you've got the big one, you've got the 30, and you've got the micro. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, bud. Yeah, that's the one. That's the 25 on there. My apologies. That's the little one. Absolutely awesome, man. Brilliant.
Miller Gates Blue Balls recipe, you can smell the peach in it.
Really?
But I'm not getting it when I vape it.
Ah.
I guess now that it's in my mind, I want to taste it, so I guess I taste it.
Bit of psychology gone in there, eh?
I'm going to leave this sit here. Did you ever notice that when you take and you first put something on a coil and you first taste it, you get one impression of it, you come back to it 24 hours later after it's sat on that coil? I don't know if it's just the oxidation that takes place in the first 24 hours or what it is, but you'll get different flavor profile than when you first put it on there.
It's a bit like the old school tanks, you know. It took you to go through at least a tank full of juice before the flavor actually kicked in. It's a kind of similar scenario. Sometimes you got to let them sit and let them, get them properly saturated and soaked through the coils before you can get a good hit off them. You know what I mean?
And I think it's also because, like, Juicy Peach is one of those ones I've been fighting with since the beginning. If you let it sit long enough, you'll get what you expect as a Juicy Peach. But it can be too harsh in the beginning, or it can be non-existent. You can smell it, not taste it. Especially when you mix it with other stuff.
I think, does the current rule says to let mine go at least a week, but it just keeps getting smoother. I've only let it last up to a month, so it's been gone by a month.
I would imagine it would take a little while for that smoothness to come, because when you push a flavoring at 10%, it's going to be pretty harsh in there until it settles in and blends with everything else.
Is it not
I'm curious to see whether it really needs 10%. I'm going to mix this up and let this sit for a while. And maybe make up some smaller batches, maybe make little 15 ml test bottles and try it, less of a percentage and see how it does. But when you're mixing it with a cream.
You need steep time. I'm just saying, if you mix the flavor like that kind of ratio, you don't think sometimes it makes it a bit chemically as well, because it's overpowering everything else.
Yeah, but just like your BK thing that I mixed up, I thought was too many flavorings and too many flavor percentages and too much of a contrast between an ice cream and a blueberry slushie that is a clashy flavor combination. Once it sits long enough, those all settle down.
It's not too bad. I know where you're coming from, because you kind of get that when you vape it. But I think, like you said, with some juices you need contrast and flavour, so you might get one on the inhale and another on the exhale, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And this one, oh my goodness. How am I going to even fit that on a label?
William Thompson says a bit of citrus will make the cream pop more. Yeah.
All right, we're not going to go cream filled. We're going to go creamy.
You're not going to get it all on
velvet. Not with milk chocolate.
Just abbreviated. Do you know shorthand by any chance? That's a language on its own.
Straw Nana. We'll drop the frosting. We'll drop the new Wonder flavors. Print.
Wow. Oh. That label's going to be very full.
Oh no!
Oh, you've run out. Oh no. Typical. Bloody typical. After all that work going into such a long title. Oh, Jesus.
Problem solved. That was one of the reasons why I decided to choose this thing, because there were plenty of aftermarket manufacturers of these tape things. I think I picked up a 6-pack of this for $14.
Wow, I'm sorry. Kind of grumble for that, mate. Oh.
There you go. Advocate for Liberty, thank you for a wonderful recipe. And I haven't even tasted it yet. Good quality ingredients.
That's one fuck off label. That's one big. You'll know exactly what that is without even reading it, because the amount of fucking writing that's on it.
Creamy red velvet milk chocolate straw nana.
You wouldn't even need to read that. You just tell by the amount of friggin' text on that label.
We went from a trio that blends so well together that it seems like one flavor to, hey man, your tongue's not going to know what to do when you touch this.
Holy shit.
Fantastic. Walked out of here with 2 delicious recipes I'm really looking forward to. Blue Dragon, Dusty's Vape 400 mils of this. I got 120 mils sitting here. Definitely going to be well worth the wait. And Advocate for Liberty's Creamy Red Velvet Milk Chocolate Straw Nana. Add that to the back burner.
Wow.
Still got a ways to go for this one. I don't think I nicked this one up. I'm going to have to go back and watch the replay.
Wow.
Giddy's Nanner Pudding. Look how clear it is. Maybe I made it with salt nick. You saw how dark my secret sauce is.
Oh, look at that.
Freaking cinnamon muffin. I can't get past it. Cinnamon Danish swirl muffin, episode 39.
That works. That looks so cool. Animated logo. That looks so good.
You're using your
cool.
AI tools again.
Yeah, look at that. Doesn't that look cool? It's moving. That's different, isn't it?
Do a screen share. Let me see what you're looking at.
It's up here. It's on me doodah. I've just put up here on me camera. You not see it?
No. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's... Oh, but it moves, isn't that cool? You have to do one of them, mate. I tell you, look, they're different, aren't they? How many people have got an animated logo on that stream?
How big is your video file?
It's fuck all. When you do it, it's only 4 seconds long. So when you're in DaVinci, you just duplicate it as long as you want it. But you can just put on loop. So it just guns. It's only 4 seconds long. You just hold it on loop and it keeps gunning.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is if you send it to me, I'll put it on as your new logo.
If I could do that, I could.
Or you could drop it in Discord.
Yeah, I'll drop it in Discord, see how it is. But yeah, 3D logo. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, and if you don't want it out there, I could delete it off of there when it's done.
Yeah, right. I'll just send it through us too. It's a minute, isn't it? Isn't it different though? How it moves. I love that. I like that.
The only thing I would do different with that is I would take that and put it into DaVinci Resolve, and I would go into Fusion and I would eliminate the black, so it's just a round logo that's animated.
Yes,
I would export it as with the alpha channel.
Yes, I do. I've quickly done it for this afternoon.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I haven't fine-tuned it, but yes, I need to get rid of that black square because that's how you download. That's how it comes down. But it's so cool. It doesn't look too bad if I stick it where the curtains where it's dark. You can't really see the black so much, can you?
Nah, it looks fine, mate.
But yeah, I've dropped you that link to that where I've done it. And you can play about with yours.
See what it does with mine.
3D logos. 3D logos. You're going to have to get your thinking cap on, mate.
I've been meaning to. I've got one in red. Ooh, I don't even know where it's at right now, to be honest with you. It's got to be on my storage drive, so it's probably on the data drive. And let me do a search. I did it the one time, and I was stupid. I didn't even save the logo. I didn't save the actual template file. So I've got it, but
you know what I think would be good for yours, right? You see how your logo is mint, but if you could do that as an avatar of you, that would be even better.
I have been looking for that. Like how Nick has his, it's a caricature of his face.
You can do an avatar of it, then you could put it on that and then just bring it to life like that. It'd be so cool. Tell you, man, AI, it is the future, mate. I know a lot of people say it's dangerous, but it's the future, so embrace it. That took me all but 5 minutes to do. Pretty much. It's not just the fact that it's animated, it's the fact that it's made it 3D. So it looks like the skull is now sticking out from the actual background. I just wish it would have picked up the splash as well, because if you'd done that as 3D and the splash as 3D and just had your background as a 2D, it would look awesome. See what I mean, folks? The cogs are fucking turning in his head now, folks. The cogs are turning in his head. I can hear them. I'm on the other side of the water, and I can hear them.
That's the folder that we have your stuff in. I've got your old logo, your new one, mine, the square one. When I did the PNG, so I rounded it out. The smoke logo for the transition. I haven't used that one in a while.
I've still got loads of my old intros kicking about on mine. Remember I had the Grim Reaper one. That's cool. I like the way you've done that. That is awesome. How did you do that? I really like that. That's cool.
It's an alpha channel stinger transition. You have to use an unorthodox double wide video file, and one side of the file is your alpha mat, and the other side of the file is the actual logo coming in and out.
So is he just shooting like a PNG for that? Yeah, like a PNG logo.
Well, that's how I put it into a DaVinci Resolve. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a PNG.
But then I had to use Fusion to be able to basically separate out the center portion of it.
Got ya.
So then for the thing, it is black. On the alpha mat, it's just black and white. So you've got the actual logo that's in black, and then you've got the mat that's in white. And then when it transitions from one to the other, it actually superimposes the two images on top of each other.
That's what I was thinking. Did you do it as a mat? Then obviously you separate them that way.
And then I just added it as a scene transition into OBS.
I love it. I think it's mint. You should just keep it going. It's mint. I love it. Hey, man,
I have so many transitions. How about this one?
Wow.
Christmas.
Well, as they say, they are stingers, is the correct term for them. Is it not right? Is that right, sir? The stingers?
And then there's the ones that we started out with originally. Oh, here's one I did for quarantine. I made this one.
Anti-vaping propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
Vaping is better than smoking.
I know that you got that. I know that's how you got that guy on the background. But yeah, I love that. That's absolutely awesome. Knock that off for now.
Lightning flash.
I'll lock it. But yeah, I was having a look through some of the old intros. I was like, fucking hell. The things you used to do, eh?
There it is. All right, let's see if I can put it on here. Add. Browser. No, not a browser source. What is it?
Media.
Image. We'll call this the red logo. Browse.
So you've done it with the red background, is that what you're seeing, yeah?
Copy as path. Paste. Enter.
Whoa, that's cool. Very big, but cool. Yeah, man, that's all right.
I like that one better than the blue one, but it would be different than everything else I've normally done. You know, I've always gone with the, the blue theme and.
Yeah. It looks good. They both look good.
I think the red and white stands out better. Plus, I don't know if you noticed when I had it full screen, there's actually a texture to the background.
Yeah.
And I don't remember how I created that.
I've been there before. Like, how the hell did I do that again?
I saved the actual image, but I didn't save the file, I forget what the format is you save it as.
See,
the PSD.
When I'm doing DaVinci, when I've done everything and I've got everything set, I'll turn into a compound clip so it's easier to save and all that shit. But when it comes to like How the fuck did I do that again? Shit. I mean, I think I know you can get back into it. You know, you can undo the compound clip to see where you are, but it's just many a time I've like.
I hate how when you hit save, it loses all your progress, so you can't back up anymore. You're stuck.
That's right.
That's the finished product. You can't undo to backtrack your steps that you did to get there.
Mm-hmm. I kind of get that, but yeah, I mean, but again, I think when you're used to the blue, it kind of sticks with you.
Yep.
Because yellow, I mean, that's the theme for my channel. Yellow is my primary color for everything I do. Logo is right and everything. Yellow is the color. So that's kind of where you get stuck in your head, you know. And with you, it's like blue and yellow, so it sticks in your head. So you're thinking red.
That's because my high school colors were blue and gold.
Yeah.
And I've always stuck with that blue and gold theme. So, I mean, the logo's blue and gold, and then white is for the lettering.
I got you.
And I really like, the shape of the smiley look for the logo name.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, you've curved it, haven't you, rather than straight across.
Because even really small, it stands out.
They both look good. But I think it's with being used to being the blue. I'm not quite used to taking the red yet, so...
Yeah, it's just...
I think the way you've got the writings better. Curved with the circle. That's better. No doubt. Yeah, it looks okay. Now you sit there looking at that size. Yeah, it looks good. Takes some getting used to, but it looks good.
There you go. Problem solved.
It's progress, mate. It's progress. You know what I mean? But I'm glad to say I've got you thinking. That's the thing.
Yeah, it is something that I had thought about before, and I came out with one, and in full screen it looks really good, and really small it looks good, but it just, I don't know if I really want to make the switch. If I was making stuff commercially, that's the logo I would have gone with to put on things. Black and white, it looks good because of the contrast. It simplifies the contrast compared to what we have now. But whatever.
I think like an avatar kind of your head with Hunky Vape underneath in that curve, pop into 3D like that would be phenomenal. It'd be brilliant. Because you've got that kind of face, you've got that recognizable face. You know what I mean? You're different. So I think it would work 100%. Give it a go, mate. When you get some time, give it a go. I'll drop you a link. Give it a go. Play about with it.
I need to get the brakes 100% on the truck because we need to go still move our camper to our new campground.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
So that's the priority, and it's got to be done by month's end. Before next show, I got to move the camper. So
if you get that pressure bleeder kit, you should be.
I got it. It came yesterday. I haven't opened it yet. It's a little smaller than I thought it was going to be.
Good. They're not very big. I mean, with some, you actually hook them up to your tire. And it uses your tire pressure to pump through. Some of them.
Yeah, this one hooks up to your master cylinder, and it's got a pump on the top, and it's got a pressure gauge. 10 to 15 PSI is where you need to keep it at. But I'm looking forward to be able to actually pressure bleed the system. I'm curious to see if anything actually comes out. I've literally run a gallon of brake fluid through the system, all 4 tires. You know, quarter here, quarter here, quarter here, quarter here. There should be no air in the system, but I can't get it. I get a firm pedal when it's off. As soon as I start the car up, it goes 3/4 of the way to the floor before the brakes actually work. But they work 100%.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now the thing is, I want to make sure that I don't have a caliper that's stuck. If I have one caliper that's stuck, it's going to primarily push the piston in on one side. That'll go through 3/4 of the stroke from your master cylinder. And then once it makes contact and is pushing against that rotor, then it's going to equalize the pressure to all the other ones. So that may be it. I might just have a stuck caliper pin.
Possibility.
So now it's time to actually pull tires and fix it right.
Sid, pull your wheels off. I'd imagine your caliper slide on the pins, grease all the pins up, check the pistons not seized, see where you are.
Yeah. And I'll notice it right away because if the caliper's stuck, more of the pad will be worn on one side than the other. I'll know right away if that's what the problem is.
You'll feel it. You'll see it straight away.
And then the only other thing it could be is you could have a bad brake hose. So the flex line, the flexible rubber hose, could be inside, bulged, swollen shut.
Definitely haven't got a leak anywhere. Not in mine, no leaks.
Nope.
No leaks.
Brand new stainless steel line across the axle in the back now.
Oh, well, that's a pro then.
Yeah.
No leaks. ABS is a twat to bleed. I think there's a knack to it, to be honest with you. I think there is an actual knack to bleeding ABS brakes, because when you think about it, technically they're not designed to lock like the good old-fashioned brakes, where you just pump and pump and pump and pump. They're not designed to do that. Are they? Designed to
see, the ABS actually has a bypass in there because it's also an equalization valve. Until the back brakes make contact, the front brakes don't get braking pressure. So that's why I'm like, okay, I'm just going to throw new calipers on the back and new rubber hose. Everything in the back will be 100% new, and that should fix the problem. If it doesn't, then I got a caliper pin stuck on one of the front calipers. Because the brakes work 100%. If I slam on the brakes coming up the road, I might lock it up, but I never locked it up on that excursion because of how big it is and how heavy it is. But it will stop on a dime. I had the DJ equipment in the back I picked up from the fire hall, and it slid up and it actually crushed a bottle of antifreeze in the back, a gallon of antifreeze bottle. It crushed it. So brakes work. But I want it to be 100% if I want to be towing the camper. A 28-foot camper behind me.
You've got that extra weight and that extra stopping power you need, so you need your brake shit out, especially towing. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I don't want to rely on the camper brakes to stop the truck.
Well, that could all go wrong. If the back brakes lock up, you're in trouble.
Yeah. So.
You'll get there, man.
Well, sir, I don't think you realize it. It's 5 hours and 15 minutes we've been on.
No way. Again, get the hell.
You and I this little chatty bit has been what, another half hour, 45 minutes?
Wow.
I was like, oh, we'll take a look at chat for a moment. We'll talk about logos for a moment and blow the last 15 minutes, and here that 15 minutes turn into a half an hour.
Wow. I love it, man. Absolutely love it. It's fantastic.
So, ladies and gentlemen, my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. I hope you guys have a fantastic week. Fantastic Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. We'll see you back here again next Tuesday. And that's going to be the 31st. I might have to dress up.
Wow. Halloween. Ooh.
All right, folks. Hope you have a fantastic day. And leaving Kenny to say goodbye.
As always, boys and girls, thank you to you guys in chat. Absolutely love you all, adore you all. You make the show as always. Again, I don't know what show we're on, but I'm still here. So again, thanks to Alex for having us. Remember, guys, if you watch the replay or if you've been watching us, hit that thumbs up. You know, it does help with the YouTube analytics. And as always, thank you from the bottom of my heart again for joining us. We shall see you same time, same place next week. And until then, stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
Let's be honest for a second. 'Cause there is no one other than me that can make you feel the way you feel when I hold you. I think I said enough.